All right, thanks everyone for your patience. We're going to go ahead and call to order the August 25th meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. Madam Clerk, if you could call roll, please.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Here.
Councilmember Tran,
Here.
Councilmember Jovin,
Present.
Councilmember Muñetón,
Here.
Councilmember Aristegui,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham,
Here.
and Mayor Klumpenstein.
Here. We will move into our Pledge of Allegiance and our invocation led by our Assistant City Manager, Matt West. And our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Joe Dobin this evening.
Yes, please prepare yourself according to your faith. Dear Lord, as we gather this evening, may our discussions be guided by wisdom, respect, and a shared commitment to the common good. May we strive to build a safe, welcoming, and thriving city where every voice is heard and valued. And Lord, bless those in need and protect all who dedicate their time to serving and safeguarding our community each day. Guide us in our work, and may our efforts strengthen our community with compassion, unity, and hope. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Please face our flag, hand over heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Take your seat.
At this time, I will turn the Housing Authority meeting over to Chair Muñetón.
I will now call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Will the clerk please take roll?
Commissioner Aristegui,
Here.
Commissioner Beckles,
Here.
Commissioner Brightingham,
Here.
Commissioner Jovin,
Present.
Commissioner Klumpenstein,
Here.
Commissioner Philip Nguyen,
Here.
Commissioner Tan Nguyen,
Yeah.
Vice Chair Tran,
Here.
and Chair Muñetón.
Here. We will now open oral communication for Housing Authority. City Clerk, were there any speakers?
At this time, I'll go ahead and make an announcement. If members of the public wishing to provide a public comment for the Housing Authority should follow these instructions. If you are joining the meeting through the Zoom app, virtually raise your hand at this time. You will be called by name when it is your turn to speak, and you'll be prompted to unmute. Please identify the agenda item you will be commenting on, then proceed with your comment. You will have 2 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by telephone, you may request to speak by dialing *9 from your phone. You will be called by either the last 3 digits of your phone number or your caller ID. You must dial *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the agenda item you're commenting on, then proceed with your comment. You will have 2 minutes. We ask that you keep your public comments respectful and limited to the matters under consideration. Please note at this time, we will start with in public, but I do not have any in public speakers for the Housing Authority. And let me double check if we have anyone doing remote. I do see one hand raised, speaker ending in 238. If you are speaking on the Housing Authority agenda, you can go ahead and unmute. Okay, at this time, Jeff Clace, go ahead.
It's not working.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of City Council. This is another check that our remote audio is working properly. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Thank you. That looks like concludes all our speakers for the Housing Authority.
We will now close oral communications and move on to consent calendar, agenda items 1 through 3.
Move it.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Aristegui,
Yes.
Commissioner Beckles,
Yes.
Commissioner Brightingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Jovin,
Aye.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Philip Wynn.
Yes.
Commissioner Tanwin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Tran.
Yes.
And Chair Muñetón.
Yes.
Motion received, 9 yes votes. Motion carries.
Are there any matters from commissioners or director?
None.
Seeing none, we will adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and turn back to the City Council.
Thank you very much. Before we move into presentations, I need to pull consent items 2 through 4. May I get a motion for those items, please?
Move.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a few seconds. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Are we moving into those, presentation of those now? Okay, very good. Item 2 then.
Item 2 this evening is a adoption of a proclamation recognizing September as National Service Dog Month, and Assistant City Manager Matt West will read that proclamation.
Yes, I will read the proclamation. I would like to invite up Debbie Pavello and those that came with her to receive this proclamation. September is National Service Dog Month. Whereas the City of Garden Grove is committed to fostering an inclusive, accessible, and welcoming community where all individuals are valued and supported. Whereas an estimated 70 million adults in the United States live with a disability, while only approximately 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs are currently available nationwide, highlighting a significant and growing need. Whereas in 1975, Canine Companions pioneered the concept of the service dog for individuals with physical disabilities, transforming opportunities for greater independence and quality of life. Whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization dedicated to enhancing the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and lifelong support at no cost to recipients. Whereas service dogs help empower children, adults, and veterans with disabilities to live more independently by providing skilled assistance, confidence, companionship, and greater access to everyday life. Whereas National Service Dog Month raises awareness of the important role service dogs play, promotes understanding of the rights of service dog handlers under the law, and encourages respect and inclusion throughout our community. Whereas the City of Garden Grove remains committed to creating a community where individuals with disabilities and their trained dogs are welcome, respected, and able to fully participate in civic and community life. Now therefore, the Garden Grove City Council hereby proclaims September 2026 as National Service Dog Month and encourages all residents to recognize the vital role service dogs play in fostering independence, accessibility, and inclusion this August 25th, 2026. Please come up. Train them to stand up on their back legs. It'll be on the city website tomorrow.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Thank you.
All right, I think we're on to item 3.
Item 3 is the adoption of a proclamation recognizing September as Service Clubs Month, and Assistant City Manager Ursula Luna Reynosa will read that proclamation.
Prior to reading the proclamation, I'd like to invite from Garden Grove Lodge number 351 the following individuals to please come forward: Bud Ribel, past master; Ramon Gaviola; Jag Giotina; Albert Rivera; Carlos Flores; Victor Pena; and Roger Luna. Whereas service clubs in Garden Grove have been an integral part of the community for more than 60 years, providing opportunities for residents to come together through volunteerism, charitable service, fundraising, and civic engagement. Whereas service clubs strengthen our community by supporting local projects and initiatives, including educational programs, scholarships, playgrounds, and other efforts that improve the quality of life for Garden Grove residents. Whereas service clubs provide essential support to individuals and families in need through donations of food, clothing, hygiene supplies, toys, and other necessities, while also supporting health and initiatives and disaster relief efforts locally and beyond our community. Whereas service clubs foster leadership, teamwork, and personal growth by providing members with the opportunities to develop their skills, build meaningful relationships, and work alongside fellow residents, professionals, and community leaders. Whereas service clubs invest in the future of our community by mentoring young people, providing leadership development and scholarship opportunities, and supporting programs that help students and youth reach their full potential. Whereas through volunteerism and community involvement, service clubs encourage civic participation and inspire individuals to make a positive and lasting difference in the communities they call home. Whereas the Masonic Lodge has demonstrated a longstanding commitment to service and community involvement, contributing time, resources, and support to initiatives that benefit residents and strengthen the Garden Grove community. Now therefore, the Garden Grove City Council hereby proclaims September as Service Clubs Month in Garden Grove, recognizing and celebrating the dedication and contributions of service clubs and their members whose commitment to service helps build a stronger, more caring, and connected community. Thank you.
Go ahead, guys.
Three, two, one, cheese. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, that takes us to number 4.
Number 4 is adoption of a proclamation recognizing September as Hunger Action Month, and Assistant City Manager Matt West will read that proclamation.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to invite up the Director of the OC Food Bank, Mike Lowry, to receive this proclamation. So, whereas hunger and food insecurity continue to affect millions of people across California, including more than 359,000 individuals and over 86,000 children in Orange County. Whereas access to nutritious food is essential to the health and well-being of every person, yet many individuals and families continue to face barriers to meeting this basic need. Whereas the City of Garden Grove is committed to supporting efforts that reduce hunger, expand access to nutritious food, and strengthen our community through partnerships with organizations such as the Orange County Hunger Alliance. And whereas in the first half of 2025, the Orange County Food Bank and Second Harvest Food Bank collectively averaged more than 810,000 food distribution visits each month. Whereas in the first half of 2025, Orange County Food Bank, Second Harvest Food Bank, United Access Across Borders, ICNA Relief Southern California, Laguna Food Pantry, Share Ourselves, and South County Outreach collectively distributed more than 40 million pounds of food through a network of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, senior centers, schools, colleges, universities, houses of worship, and other community organizations. And whereas Abound Food Care helps recover more than 25 million pounds of surplus edible food each year through Orange County, reducing food waste while providing meals to those experiencing food insecurity. Whereas Hunger Action Month encourages individuals, businesses, and organizations to take action by volunteering, donating, and advocating to help ensure everyone has reliable access to healthy, nutritious food. Whereas throughout September, members of the Orange County Hunger Alliance and community partners will host events and outreach efforts to raise awareness and inspire action to end hunger. Now therefore, the Garden Grove City Council hereby proclaims September 2026 as Hunger Action Month in the city of Garden Grove and encourages all residents to support local efforts to combat hunger and food insecurity this August 25th, 2026.
Three, two, one. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll go back to presentations. Item number 1.
Item number 1 is the hazardous materials incident update.
Thank you.
And City Manager Lisa Kim will introduce that item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This evening, we have representative from GKN, Mr. Steve Carlin, to provide an update to the City Council on the status of the GKN operations. As you may be aware, a recent press release was circulated of an additional claims program that has been recently announced by GKN, and we had invited Mr. Carlin to share a little bit more details and provide and address any questions of the council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, it is good to be with you again on behalf of GKN. Thank you for providing the opportunity to update you on the Garden Grove community. The best place to start is with the announcement yesterday, as City Manager Kim mentioned. GKN is launching a claims program that will provide up to $100 million for eligible residents and businesses seeking to resolve claims for damages connected to the incident in May. This is in line with our commitment that we mentioned the first time to do the right thing, to make things right with our community. This program will include reimbursements for eligible damages like hotel stays, meals, transportation, lost wages, and lost use, and is expected to open for submissions this fall. We are absolutely committed to ensuring it is accessible, straightforward, and easy to navigate. We are going to make sure people know exactly how the program works, what they need to do to file a claim, and when they go, where they can go for help. You've been very patient with us as we've worked to make this announcement and set this claim program up. We are working as quickly as we can to have the program open for claims this fall. As we get closer to program launch, GKN will host a series of community events where people can ask questions and get help with the submission process. We will share additional information as soon as we can. All the latest information on the program and the community events will be posted on our website, gkngg.com. With regard to the plan itself, the vast majority of the facility was not affected by the incident, and our dedicated and highly skilled employees, many of whom are in the room tonight, have been working in those areas for some time. As the site is critical to commercial aviation around the world, as well as U.S. national security, We are eager to continue delivering some of the highest quality aerospace windows in the world. To that end, GKN has been working closely with a wide range of federal, state, and local regulators and third-party industry experts to safely reset the remainder of the facility with the appropriate oversight. That work has included months of inspections by experts, upgrading our safety equipment, and adding monitoring devices to support ongoing and future safe operations. Safety for our employees and the community is the absolute foundation of every step we take. When I was here just after the incident, I spoke of the damage the incident had caused to the trust this facility has built over 60 years with the Garden Grove community. And our pledge at that time, and remains, was to work tirelessly to rebuild that trust with you and our community. In other words, to make things right. We continue to reflect that pledge in our cooperation with the regulatory and safety-related agencies in effecting carefully orchestrated and gradual return to full operational capability. The claims program is another important step and an indicator of our commitment to our community and how seriously we take our responsibility to our neighbors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the update. I look forward to answering questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlin, for the update. Obviously, this information has been shared far and wide, and we're grateful for this generous amount, $100 million, that is launching this claim. We think it's a right and just first step to that accountability piece that we've been talking about now for several months. And so to that end, obviously, this fall could mean September, it could mean October. I think this series of community meetings is important. Anything that can happen to give an ease of use to the community that is going to need to be using this claims process, I think will be very important. I would just, and I think this is just reiterating the fact, but please make sure that you're continuing to provide that transparency and those updates on your website as you build to this and as you lead up. Just, the more information, the better for the public as they're waiting and have been waiting for this to come to light would be most appreciated. Colleagues, questions? We'll start down here.
Yeah, and again, I echo the mayor's comments. It's a good first step. You got here shortly after the incident and made a statement, and you basically said you were going to, as a company, not you personally, but you were going to be accountable. You were going to make things right by the community financially. I think this goes a long way towards that goal. There's going to be a lot of people that have very minor claims, less than $100, that kind of thing. Then there's going to be people that probably have $10,000 claims. So you're going to see a lot of different people claiming in there. But that's a good first step. You also promised community meetings, and at least one. And we have yet to hear any dates proposed or anything that might be happening until just right now. You mentioned you were going to have some community outreach meetings. Do you have that projected or any kind of projection in mind when those might be?
Yes, so did commit to that, to the committee event, and our thinking was that we were going to have the event when we had further information to provide and more detail to provide the community. Now with the claims process coming out, we do have further information, and we will be holding that series of community events in conjunction with the claims. I don't have an exact date for you yet, but it will be soon, and it will be a series of them. They'll provide people the opportunity to ask questions, get further information, and also get assistance with filing claims and understanding how that works.
And then the last part of my question will be, under the accountability umbrella, the safety aspect, the increased safety procedures, the increased, the plan basically going forward. When will that be made? Because that's one of the biggest things. You got a lot of people that are in fear, and they need to know, look, things have been mitigated, there's no more issue here, or whatever the plan is, but you need to be somewhat transparent with it. I get there's some certain things you can't divulge, but as much as possible, the public deserves to know what safety protocols were enhanced at the company going forward, so they can ease their minds, because there's a lot of nervous people out there, right? And so that needs to happen as well. And but this is a good first step. I'm hoping you're company is totally committed into making the community totally whole, because we got nerves, we've got all kinds of other issues, right? So, anyway, thank you for coming up here. I know it's not an easy thing to do, and I appreciate you doing it.
Councilmember, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. People get anxious and they want answer. And the first step that the company coming up with $100 million, I think that is a good forward step. But still, I have a question about the safety of the long term. So what is the GKN long-term hazardous material?
Okay, so let me assure you that everything we're doing, safety remains our top priority. We brought in experts from across the industry to look at the incident and derive lessons learned from it. Everything that we do going forward is in lockstep with all the regulatory agencies. We've continued to work with a wide scope of them, both federal, local, and state. And everything, we will do nothing that doesn't have full approval and all the necessary approvals from the regulatory agencies. In addition to that, and maybe speaking to your public notion of it, we are going to have an independently monitored, court-approved safety plan. All our operations will be under that. So that's another level. But again, so even if you don't necessarily trust me, the regulatory, everything we're doing is in conjunction with an entire team of folks along the way, and again, under the auspices of a court-approved safety plan.
And also, GKN want to resume full operational by September 28th. And I just wonder if everything is ready and safety by then?
Sure, and September 28th, to make you understand how we came up with that date, was all the experts are looking at what the remaining work and safety protocols and things like that would be put in place necessary for us to safely restart the entire plant, full operational capability. They put all those things together and said, okay, this takes 3 days, this takes 4 days, this takes 5 days, and that day pops out as September 28th. It's a Monday. It's kind of a weird date anyway to be having the thing stop it, but that's the way it works. I need to stop this. So that's how that works, and that's how it's set up with September 28th. There is work that has to be done from a technical standpoint. That is the date that we think we can be up and operational. But again, nothing we're going to do is going to be done without safety first. It's going to bring all the regulators along to make sure they're happy and everything is signed off. And it's all going to be under the auspices, again, of that court-appointed safety plan.
That's great. Thank you for being here for us and for the public. Thank you.
I will be really quick. I will not repeat what Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Philip already asked the question. My first one is still always about safety. So thank you for addressing that. And I think now we just look forward to the day that you have the community meeting where that the resident will be able to ask you directly and you will be able to address their concerns. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. I have a couple of comments, a couple of requests, and a couple of questions. First off, thank you very much. I'm one of your toughest critic. The 3 million or 3 million something that was initially available, I consider that a drop in the bucket. But with the 100 million, that seems to be the bucket. So we hope that we can make our residents whole and businesses in this area. We will need timelines on when the claim process will be available for people. And so please update. I think your press release earlier this week was very effective. And keep putting out those press releases and come to our meetings. Until you have your town hall meeting, this is a town hall meeting. Come here and talk to us. You have this forum. We're here to let the public know any new information you have. You're welcome to come to our meetings every time. So you use us. This is a town hall meeting. And make the process friendly. My request is this. Please screen in, don't screen out. When you have an applicant or a claimant, give them the benefit of the doubt that they had suffered those damages. Screen them in. approve expeditiously and get those checks cut out. That's my request. Please, screen in, don't screen out. Give everyone the benefit of the doubt. And lastly, my question to you is, you have heard your critics, you have heard me loud and clear. Some, not me, some, have asked that GKN cease operations and move beyond the city limits. What are your challenges, and why should we not take the side of those who want you to cease operation and move out? Why? Give us your reasoning, give us your best persuasive argument, and you're going to hear a lot of critics tonight. They'll be coming speaking right after you. So here's your opportunity. Convince us that you're a good corporate citizen, that you belong here, and you'll be a good operator, you comply with all the safety regulations. And one last request. When and if you do decide to open September 28th, I would like to tour your facility. And any leaders here, any officials, or any public person, can you please find a way to assure us that we're safe? We will tour your facility. I will set foot on GKN. I will walk around those tanks, and I will feel like, yeah, you're taking care of business. I'm okay here. And the residents will be okay here. Nobody's at risk. Can you make that happen? Can we tour your facility before you are back in operation producing products with MMA?
Yes, the simple answer to your question is yes, and I offer the invite out to anybody of the council members who want to come to tour at any time. We've done over the last 3 months many tours as we're going through, and then obviously we've been working closely in hand with the regulators who are on site all the time. So more than happy to do that, and it's just hot in August, so but more than happy to have you go through any tours or anything like that along those lines. As far as the other question, kind of goes back to the statement before. I know when this incident, you can build up 60 years of good trust in a neighborhood, which is what we did. And one incident can trash that 60 years, so we have a long way to go to make that up. I think the very steps that we are taking by having independent monitoring, signing up to even more regulatory oversight than we've had before. And remember, even prior to this, we operated in a confluence of two of the most highly regulated industries in the country, chemicals and aerospace. And we were kind of right in between the two of them for going through. So we have all that time. We provide high-paying jobs to the community. We have a very loyal workforce, multi-generational workforce that's been, many have worked here for 50 years, and there's second generation, third generation in there. We are a standard bearer for the community. We've been here since the very beginning. We've grown with the community. We don't have any intention of going out of the community. We're part of this community. We understand we have some ground to make up. We intend to make that up.
Thank you, and may I make a last comment? We've heard here on the dais the last couple of meetings that where have we been? What have we been doing? And I can assure you that we have all been working very hard, especially you on the part of GKN. You weren't not working, not doing anything last couple of months, and I know you've come back with I call it a care package. It shows a lot of love and respect for this community, and we love you right back. We love and respect your employees, and each and every one of you. And so I want you to speak to the critics who say that you put profit before people. Is that true?
No, and I think the best people to answer that, and the best sign of that, is the people sitting behind me. They don't reflect a workforce that works for a company that puts profit in front of people, or a workforce or a company that doesn't look after their folks, or the union representation we have here, the longstanding relationship we have with the unions. Those are all not indicative of companies that put profit before people. We don't.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman? Okay. Councilman O'Neill.
Hello, Mr. Carlin. It's always a surprise when we have you back here with us. I want to make sure that that I'm clear with the community that I do think that you still owe us a town hall meeting for our broader community at large, because I have questions about what these individual community events would entail and who would be at these events and how they would be spoken to, how they would be serviced. But I think the broader community as a whole, the people that come into Garden Grove to work, to play, to learn, that are in the vicinity and the proximity of your facility also have questions that I believe you are the best and the most capable to answer. And I think that that broader community does deserve those answers. So you came before us and you told us that you were going to have a town hall, and a town hall by its name is for the town, which means that it's going to be for everyone. I do believe that you owe, and I mean the universal you, GKN, owes the broader community as a whole to be given that promise and having that promise actualized, because that is what you said when you came before us. So I do believe, and I will still hold you to having that town hall for our broader community at large. I'm sure that we're going to be having further conversations as all of this unfolds in the coming weeks, and as we start going through the process of making that community whole, as you guys have started with this $100 million process. As some of my other colleagues, as some of my other colleagues have detailed, as some of my other colleagues have said, this is taking the reverb. You know what? I'm sure they need the mic for this, but I'm very good at projecting. Thank you, Councilmember Mungueton. Theater kid. I can speak very loudly. As we go forward, we want to make sure that when folks are coming to you, they know that they're going to be getting answers, that they're going to be getting answers in the languages that best serves them. This is a diverse community. This is a community that isn't just going to come to speak to you in English. They're going to have questions for you in Spanish, Vietnamese, Korean, Tagalog, a plethora of things, because this incident didn't just immediately affect our neighborhoods either. It affected so many folks in Orange County. So I'm going to be paying close attention to how you guys do the rollout of these community events and what that's going to look like to make sure that they're accessible to as many members of our community as possible, because not everyone is going to have the ability to go and join you there in person. So I think that there might be some more work in the back end to make sure that you are tackling and that you're servicing as many of the members of our community in need. So that is an expectation that I would have if I were someone that would have gone through that experience, for you guys to be doing the most truly to make sure that we are whole. That is the expectation that I have for you with my neighbors, because these are my neighbors. Now, to the other question of my neighbors. Your employees are my neighbors. You employ at least 400 employees who are members of the Teamsters, and I believe 200 other employees that are members of various different types of staff. I've asked you this before. I'm going to ask you this again. Do you commit to protecting the jobs, the security, and the livelihoods of your workers as this process goes forward?
We do. As we have every step of the way, the long way. We have paid, we have maintained benefits. We have every intention, and we will do that.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. It's been a period of a lot of uncertainty for many members of our community, and I'm sure that this is an uncertainty that your employees have also faced, because we are one of many agencies and governmental bodies that is asking you difficult questions, that wants to hold you accountable, that is going to be doing God knows what. We don't know what's coming down the bend from Congress to the state to the county. We don't know what else is going to happen, but we are one of the many agencies that's here representing our neighbors. These are our constituents as well. They are our neighbors. We want to make sure that they're taken care of, as well as all of the other members of our community that have been affected by this incident. We have many other questions to go forward with this because this news has been very, very recent, but to the effect of making sure that you're bringing in as many people into the process of being made whole. that is something that is key. I'm not a math major, but if you divide the amount of money by 50,000, that gives you 2,000 per family and business. And it's my understanding that some businesses did suffer more than others. Maybe some families did suffer more than others. I hope that if you reach the point where you realize that there is more need, you will take it upon yourself to, as a corporation, decide there's still a need that needs to be met and meet that need, because that is part of making the community whole. So I thank you for your commitment to making sure that your workers are still going to be taken care of, to continue to go through this process. We're going to continue holding you to a town hall, and we are going to continue in conversations because we don't know how long this process is going to take. We don't know how many other folks are going to be involved in this process. But thank you for being here, and we're going to continue the work. That's all we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Thank you, colleagues, for your questions and comments on this issue. Obviously, this is something that none of us could have ever expected, but we're getting through it as best we can, and we appreciate the generosity of the $100 million to work towards making our community whole. That's something that myself and my colleagues have stood by and has been one of our most important demands over the course of this incident. And again, we welcome hard and definitive dates as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, we will head into oral communication. And as we open oral communication, we ask that the public be patient as you wait to be called on, and that you keep your public comments respectful and within a 2-minute time limit. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the city council, will be called to order. If the conduct continues, you'll be barred from addressing the city council any further and removed from the meeting or remote participation. The city clerk will now provide instructions for remote participants.
Oral communications is the time for general public comments to address the city council, the successor agency, and the sanitary district, heard simultaneously. If you are joining the meeting through the Zoom app, virtually raise your hand at this time. You will be called by name when it is your turn to speak, and you will be prompted to unmute your microphone on your device. You must click unmute. Please identify the agenda item you are commenting on, then proceed with your comment. You will have 2 minutes. If you are joining the meeting by telephone, you may request to speak by dialing *9 from your phone. You will be called by either the last 3 digits of your phone number or your caller ID. You must dial *6 to unmute. Please state your name and the agenda item you are commenting on, then proceed with your comment. You will have 2 minutes. Please note at this time we will begin with in-person speakers followed by remote participants. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and queue up our speakers. First, we'll have Dieter Heisen, followed by Sophia A. And after Sophia, we have Rema. Dieter?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Dieter Hissen. I'm the General Manager of the Marriott Suites Anaheim, as well as the President of the Garden Grove Tourism Promotion Corporation, which represents 10 hotels in Garden Grove, the 10 big hotels in Garden Grove. I have 2 supporters here. I have Christine Hall from the General Manager of the Hyatt Hotel, as well as Diane Blake, General Manager of the Embassy Suites with me. There's a couple of GMs that are on the call right now. We are here to strongly support the agenda item number 15 today. That is going to be the reading of the ordinance for the employee protection within hotels, otherly known as a panic device. So it is a employee protection. One of the biggest concerns that hotel general managers and hotel owners have is the safety and security of your employees as well as of your guests. These devices, which will be implemented if this ordinance will be passed, will ask us to employ these devices that are panic devices. So in case someone is in a room or in an area where they're by themselves, they can activate that, and there will be a safe recovery of such situations, right? I think Garden Grove has a very safe environment. We have some statistics and some data that proves this from the police department as well as ourselves. However, this will take it on a whole new level, a little further than what is required by law and by anything else. And so we strongly support the City Council to consider this and implement it. 2/3 of the hotels in Garden Grove already have these devices in place. Some of them must have it for 3 and 4 years. There's a couple of hotels that still have to implement them, and they're well on the way to do that. So we ask you to support it, and we thank you for your time tonight. Thank you.
Sophia A. Sophia A.
Hello, my name is Sophia. I'm a Garden Grove resident and a member of the Arab community here. I've been coming to our city council meetings since the first after the evacuations began. Today, I'm appalled by the news that GKN has had an even longer history of negligence and reckless operations than we initially thought. This was not an isolated incident. It came after a documented pattern of safety problems and violations. Problems that, according to community research, escalated alongside GKN's push to expand military production. This isn't the result of one mistake. This is the result of an industry and a company that treats our communities as disposable in order to line their pockets. I'm afraid for my family's safety, my neighbors, my friends, the GKN employees who have to work in unsafe conditions to support their families. I've been canvassing door to door alongside community to spread awareness about this, and the overwhelming majority of people are angry, they're frustrated, and they don't trust GKN to operate in our neighborhoods. We met with family members from GKN employees who are concerned for their safety. Steve Carlin said that GKN is part of our community, but GKN isn't welcome here. Local authorities had so many chances to take stronger enforcement actions against GKN's known, repeated, flagrant, and dangerous health and safety violations. Local authorities chose not to hold GKN accountable, but now you have the chance to. GKN's safety plan is years too late. They've lost our trust, and it's up to all of you to hold them accountable. Stop the expansion, shut down GKN, and moratorium now. Thank you.
Rayma.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Rahma, and I'm here to strongly urge the Council to impose an immediate moratorium on GKN. And I want to first address the $100 million compensation program, because I think it's important for us to be really clear about what it does and what it doesn't accomplish. First, financial compensation is not full accountability. And while I agree that it represents an important and necessary first step, there are still a lot of unanswered questions, including the eligibility criteria for the compensation program, and it doesn't also undo the damage that the 50,000 people that had to evacuate were exposed to, nor does it absolve GKN from their complicity in the genocide on Gaza and the war on Iran. Second, this $100 million announcement is being presented as a win primarily for residents, but it's interesting to kind of take a look at who actually benefits from this. GKN's parent company, Melrose, their stock value jumped more than 8% from last night after this announcement. And financial reporting states that this is because they have avoided criminal charges from the DA. It remains unclear whether or not health-related losses will even be covered, and most of the details do not seem to be fleshed out. Third, and most importantly, the council does not need to wait for a number of months before acting. I remember from the last city council meeting, y'all shared with us that you were waiting on the incident reports from various agencies. But a moratorium is exactly what you should impose when a facility has already created an unacceptable public safety risk and the full facts are still being established. You have the authority to stop expansion and prevent business as usual while those investigations happen. You have the power and the responsibility to impose a moratorium now, and I strongly urge you to do so. Thank you.
Next three speakers will be Amir, Hanan, and Alex Ramirez. Amir? Next speakers are going to be Amir.
Council members, city leadership, good to see you all. I know many of you from the past have worked with you, former executive director of the Sun Society of Orange County. I'm with Orange County for Justice in Palestine. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little concerned at the council's direction today. It seems to me that $100 million was all it took to change the direction of city leadership's protection of its citizens. Councilman Joe Devin, you said no one wants a bomb next to your school that can go off at any time. And that was a courageous statement because I think we all agree with that. But it seems like $100 million is actually all it took for us to switch sides. I don't understand GKN's logic here. He says they're taking more safety measures and complying with more regulatory procedures. What were they doing before? Were they ignoring safety measures? Were there regulatory procedures that they simply didn't want to pay for? Were there procedures that their company just decided weren't worth it? I think those are the tough questions the council actually needs to dig into. And that is exactly why we've been asking for a moratorium. The council made an honest, smart decision in evacuating 50,000 residents because that was the mitigating risk. You mitigate risk when you're in leadership positions. But now it seems like we've just waited on the company to tell us what their plan is, and we're not mitigating risk. The more responsible position would be to enact a moratorium immediately until the council can confirm themselves that what the billion-dollar corporation is saying. They made $800 million today, $800 million in one day, and $100 million is going supposedly to the residents. We've yet to see any of that to be true, and I'm sure we're going to get notice of all of that. I'll just leave with this for the council. The famous saying, if you fool me once, shame on you. If you fool me twice, shame on me. I would really love to see a moratorium in place with the council. Thank you.
Hanan. After Hanan, we
Excuse
have-
me, pardon me. We have a point of order since Councilmember Dovin was personally acknowledged.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And when a council member is mentioned, they may have a rebuttal. I am using 1 minute just to rebut the last gentleman. I haven't switched sides. I actually agree with the previous speaker that we need to take into account health issues also. So I want to add that point. And I looked Mr. Carla in the eye and I asked him, does he put profit before people? I said, here, there's evidence, proof for you right here. He does not, and his corporation does not. Now stocks goes up, stocks goes down. Who's going to predict what their stock going to be tomorrow? It's not going to fall 800 million. So I don't make my decisions based on the stock market. I'm sorry. I make my decision when I see results delivered to my residents. And I'm pleading with GCAN, literally, to screen in the people who apply, the applicants, give them the benefit of a doubt, and allocate those money expeditiously. Give me a timeline. If you say the 28th of September, you're going to go back into operation, then I insist that the claimant process be started before that, long before that, by early September, and I will walk your facility. If I don't feel safe, I will continue to point out all the issues, all the challenges that GKN will have to overcome before they regain our trust. But I feel a lot of love and respect for the people who come here today and for the care package that they have given us the bucket. Let's start to deliver on that. And I do insist on timelines. Keep updating, let us know when people can apply and when they will get the compensation that they justly deserve. Thank you.
All right. Back to next speaker, please. Thank you.
Okay, we had called Hanan, but while we wait for Hanan, we have Brian from the OC Vector. You see Brian available? Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me here today. Nobody likes mosquitoes. Mosquitoes suck. Literally, it's true. That's what they do. They've been around since the dinosaurs. I think they killed the dinosaurs. I really do. And ever since then, they've been getting better and better at what they do, which is take our blood. Now, that can also be dangerous because that's how diseases spread. Right now, with the heat we're seeing in the summer, we're seeing a lot of West Nile activity throughout Orange County. West Nile virus is a deadly disease. We have one resident that's already infected with it. It's looking like it's going to be the worst summer we've ever had. So I'm here to ask everybody to work together, find that standing water, dump it out. These mosquitoes bite at dusk and dawn, so that's when you need to protect yourself. You can either wear long pants and long sleeves, which is great in the summer, not really. You can stay inside, or you can put on repellent. We offer a free service. We will come to your house. We will look in your front yard and backyard for standing water. If you let your neighbors know we're coming, we can look there as well because the mosquitoes can easily fly over the fence. So thank you for having us here, and give us a call anytime if we can be of any service. Thank you.
Next three speakers, we have Alex Ramirez, Mai Doe, and Celine. Alex Ramirez. Haneen, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Haneen, and as a resident of Garden Grove for almost 25 years, I come here with my community to hold GKN accountable for their actions of putting the residents of Garden Grove and the neighboring cities like Stanton and Westminster at risk of a chemical and environmental catastrophe back in May. GKN must answer for their actions and complicity in the production of F-35 transparency canopies, which are used to deliver and drop bombs on hospitals, schools, refugee camps, playgrounds, and more in Gaza. As a resident of Garden Grove, I refuse to allow a corporation like GKN, who is enabling a genocide by way of weapons components, to operate in our own backyards. As a resident of Garden Grove, GKN is not fit. I believe GKN is not fit to exist in our community due to the role they play in meeting the demand of F-35 Lightning parts as the U.S. continues to wage war in every corner of the globe. The evacuation order being lifted, an apology or a payout from GKN is not enough to rectify what thousands of Garden Grove residents experienced from the danger GKN exposed to our community and the poor response from the city. The recent announcements of $100 million in compensation does not mean that they have been held responsible. They have not been held accountable this entire time, and it does not touch the conditions that allowed this crisis to happen. The City Council must confront the fact that the May chemical crisis was not an isolated incident. There has been clear documented patterns of safety problems and violations. It is clear that no matter where GKN goes, it threatens the safety and livelihoods of the cities they are in. GKN out of Garden Grove now.
Alex Ramirez. Do you have Alex? Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. I'm Alex Ramirez. I'm a worker at GKN Aerospace. I'm also a shop steward for Teamsters Local 952 for the members of GKN on the shop floor. You guys were asking for a argument to show you guys why we should stay there. I turn around, and if my Teamster brothers can stand up. If you guys shut us down, these are the people that you guys are affecting. I myself, my wife and I, we both work there at GKN. You guys shut us down, our whole household crumbles. You guys say that they put profit over people, but when the incident happened and they were closed down for a month, they made sure that our health and welfare was paid. They made sure that we had money to eat each week. They still paid us our wages. And even now, any other company would crumble and would start giving layoffs. These guys have ensured that we still have work. They're still making sure that we're still coming into a paycheck. They're still making sure that we still have our health and welfare to provide for our family. All I can ask is just look at these people here that showed up today. They're asking you, we're asking you, we feel safe. You guys are asking if it's safe enough to work there, to have a tour and walk around. This is just 50 people that work there every single day. And there's 400, and you guys said it yourselves, there's 600 people that work there. And we feel safe to be at that facility. So please reconsider it and just let us keep working. We want to just get back to work, continue making windows. And that's all we've been doing for all these years. Thank you guys.
Mai Do. Next speakers are going to be Mai Do, Celine, and Janan.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Dr. Mai Nguyen-Do, Research and Policy Manager at the Harbor Institute for Immigrants and Economic Justice. So I have a copy of a document for each of you to look at. Hopefully it's getting passed around. We've compiled a sort of reminder to provide an overview of a handful of the major safety and health violations and risks posed at the GKN facility that have already been widely reported on. But we also want to take some time to highlight a specific incident that has conveniently been left out of the narrative for you to consider as we talk about the removal of MMA from the facility and steps going forward. According to public records from the County Healthcare Agency, well, I'll just read out this note in the June 21st, 2025 complaint summary I've got here. A supply line from an external carbon dioxide tank to the manufacturing facility ruptured. The main shutoff was secured, locked out, tagged out, and placed out of service for the foreseeable future, stopping the release. Local emergency services responded and evacuated approximately 100 people. A vapor cloud was reported over the immediate vicinity. It goes on for a few more lines. You can read it for yourself. Thank God nobody was hurt that time. Thank God none of them were hurt that time. Thank God none of them were hurt this time in May, right? But how many more of these close calls should they or the rest of our community members weather? Now, removing MMA is a step in the right directions. Residents and local small businesses absolutely deserve full restitution. But the history of the facility and the nature of the manufacturing shows that even without MMA, it remains a ticking time bomb and serious risk to everyone's safety, including theirs. GKN has repeatedly worked with the appropriate regulatory agencies time and time again, and yet here we are. The city has the power to intervene when corporations and facilities pose risks to public health and well-being. It's figured out how to do it before, and it needs to figure out how to do it again. I know you can. Thank you.
Celine.
Go ahead. Hi, everyone. My name is Celine, and I'm a member of the local Palestinian and Muslim community. Today, a new report was released called A History of Negligence from GKN Garden Grove. This report makes it very clear that what happened at GKN was not one accident, but a pattern that proves that we cannot trust GKN. In 2023, GKN's MMA tank system spilled hundreds of gallons. Regulators discussed alarms, overfill prevention, and safety checks afterward, but the records released so far do not show these protections actually being implemented. And in 2025, a completely different system failed. A carbon dioxide supply line ruptured, created a vapor cloud, and forced another evacuation. Then came the crisis in May of 2026. So it's not just about MMA. MMA is one hazard of many. The issue has been GKN, and GKN cannot be allowed to pay its way out of accountability. For the past 3 months at every council meeting, your residents, your constituents have been showing up to say that they don't feel safe living near this facility. Nothing about GKN's history indicates that we can trust that this won't happen again. Everything about this history indicates it will happen again, but only if the city allows it to. Regarding GKN's expansion, it is not simply building break rooms. GKN itself has said it is building a new production line in Garden Grove to double production of quote-unquote critical F-35 canopies. These are not random parts. The F-35 fighter jet cannot be mission capable without this specialized canopy. And our research here has traced Garden Grove canopy contracts to F-35 aircraft specifically destined for the Israeli government. So what is developed here at the Garden Grove facility has been used to drop bombs on the family members of people that were impacted by the crisis right here in Orange County. What is developed here in Garden Grove is used to carry out airstrikes on people in Gaza. So this raises an important question for you all. Will Garden Grove residents continue to face the risks of hazardous military manufacturing so that GKN can produce more military cargo for Israel? The city cannot say today that it needs more information while ignoring the information that was already available when expansion moving forward. Don't allow Garden Grove to become the place where corporations can
Next speaker, please.
We have Janan. And then we'll have Tang Tran, followed by Sophia Tran. So Janan, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Janan. I'm here because GKN needs to be held accountable for their actions here in Garden Grove and for their hands in the Arab region and the war on Iran. We are not just speaking about windows or small parts they manufacture. This is a facility that makes transparency canopies that give the F-35 its capabilities to bomb innocent people. This is a military component. This is profit over people. GKN has publicly sought to expand the production. This includes increasing capacity. This is not an isolated incident, not just one incident that broke the trust of the community. An example of GKN's complicity can be seen on October 30th, 2023, when roughly 200 gallons of MMA monomer spilled during a transfer between tanks. Garden Grove is complicit in allowing this to happen repeatedly. You, the City Council, must confront the fact that the May chemical crisis was not an isolated incident. GKN has a history of repeated violations compromising the health and safety of its workers and the residents of Garden Grove, and it serves no one with a conscience. The city is showing the residents time and time again they do not care for the well-being. GKN is complicit in the genocide on Gaza and the war on Iran in the region, and putting the people of Garden Grove in danger. That concludes my comment.
Tang Tran, followed by Sophia Tran.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sophia Tran, and I'm a senior at Bolsa Grande High School and a member of Viet Rise, an organization that works with immigrant and working class Vietnamese communities in Little Saigon to advance racial and economic justice. At first glance, GKN's $100 million offer to residents who have been impacted by the GKN chemical crisis may seem promising, but when taking a second look and breaking down the math, when evenly distributed among the 50,000 residents who, by the way, are still continuing to feel the effects of this chemical crisis, what is the total amount we get? $2,000 per resident, an estimate that does not take into account impacted businesses nor reimbursements to emergency responders during the crisis. Is this GKN's price tag on the safety of our community? The truth is that no matter the amount of money GKN commits to publicly, the safety of our neighbors and loved ones should be paramount. Certain council members may feel satisfied with GKN's promises, hoping that outrage over GKN's presence in our backyards will blow over. It will not. We've heard from countless residents about the uncertainty of living near such hazardous chemicals, especially given the well-documented history of safety violations at the facility, which make it evident that GKN did not even take the safety of their own employees into consideration. It doesn't take much to see why there is so much distrust between GKN and the communities they endangered. That's why we stand here today to echo our coalition's demand to reject the expansion of GKN's capacity to build parts for weapons of war and to act decisively to prevent future accidents from this industry. These facilities have wrought pain upon our residents locally and are enabling suffering on a global scale. It's time that Garden Grove stands up for public safety, for our community, and for all those affected by war. Thank you.
Next three speakers will be Kevin Diaz, Alyssa Sarpi, do we have Kevin Diaz?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kevin Diaz, and I am a resident of Garden Grove, speaking on behalf of item number 16. I want to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to this council for voting yes to bring this up to discussion, and personally thank Councilmember Aristegui for requesting and bringing item 16 forward tonight. 2 weeks ago, I stood here and shared how the current 10-minute moving rule under Municipal Code 8.48.030 is hurting our local tax-paying food truck vendors and creating public safety hazards. You listened, and it was honestly faster than I expected, so I thank all of you for that. As you can see, we're back here again because this is a real issue that needs to be updated to fit modern food culture. While we wait for the full discussion on item 16 later tonight, I want to remind everyone that we aren't asking for a lawless free-for-all. We support background checks, health permits, and smart location regulations, but we cannot survive a 10-minute moving rule that makes it logistically impossible to safely cook fresh meals. We also just want equality and fairness for all food trucks because some of them are still able to operate without any problems, while others have to be constantly harassed by code enforcement who constantly stop by and ask us to move or receive the $1,000 ticket. We are not ice cream trucks, we sell hot food. I am looking forward to a productive discussion on item 16 tonight. We urge the council to take the lead and direct staff to draft a realistic multi-hour framework so our small businesses can thrive safely in Garden Grove. Thank you.
Next speaker, Alyssa Sarpi.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Alyssa, and I work at GKN. I am here tonight not just as an employee, but as a mother who depends on this job to provide for her daughter. She's right there. At GKN, okay, my job at GKN gives me stability and allows me to take care of my family. For many of us, this isn't a temporary job, it's a career. I work alongside people who have been here for over 35 years, and I have dedicated a big part of their lives to this company. At GKN, we make windows, and we take a lot of pride in the work that we do. I understand that the city and the residents have concerns, and we want our community to be safe too. I also think that it can be easy to judge GKN from the outside when you aren't physically inside the facility every day, seeing the changes that are being made and the work being done to make our facility safer. As employees, we see those efforts firsthand. We see the changes, the precautions, and the work being done to address the concerns that have been raised. I'm asking the city and the community to please work with GKN to find a solution that keeps everyone safe, while also allowing us to continue doing the work that we take pride in. There are real people behind every decision being made about GKN, and what happens here will have a real impact on our lives. Please consider the employees, our children, our families, and the community that depends on these jobs. Thank you.
Next speaker, Maria Betancourt. And followed by Maria, we have Carmen Boyas and David. Maria, you have a translator this evening, so go ahead and allot double the time.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde y miembros del Consejo Municipal. Me llamo María Betancourt y estoy aquí esta noche como abuela, pero también como miembro de la comunidad de Garden Grove. Intervengo porque me propongo al consumo de tabaco en nuestros parques y el efecto que ésta tiene en nuestros niños y familias. Como abuela, una de las cosas que más disfruto es pasar el tiempo con mi nieta en el parque. Se supone que los parques son lugares donde los niños pueden correr, jugar y hacer ejercicio y disfrutar del aire libre. Deberían ser espacios donde las familias se sientan a gusto con sus hijos y sin embargo, cuando hay personas fumando en las áreas de juegos infantiles o cerca de ellas, en otras zonas donde se reúnen los niños, las familias quedan expuestas al humo de segunda mano. Me importa mucho el disfrutar del parque público. Los niños no deberían tener que respirar el humo de otras personas mientras juegan. Entiendo que cada persona tiene sus propias preferencias y el derecho a tomar sus propias decisiones, pero los parques públicos son espacios compartidos y creo que tenemos la responsabilidad de hacer que sean lo más seguros y saludables posibles para todos, especialmente para los niños. No se trata de juzgar a quienes fuman. Se trata de unirse en tornando donde los niños y las familias puedan disfrutar de nuestros parques sin estar expuestos al humo de segunda mano. También creo que nuestra comunidad apoya esta iniciativa. Muchos padres, abuelos y residentes desean que nuestros parques sean lugares donde los niños puedan jugar sin verse expuestos al tabaco de otra forma del consumo del producto fumar. Solicitamos al Consejo Municipal que considere de declarar los parques de Garden Grove libres de humo. Incluye las áreas de juegos infantiles, las canchas deportivas, las zonas de picnic y otros espacios donde se reúnan las familias y niños. Sé que modificar una política municipal requiere un análisis detenido y respecto al trabajo que conlleva tomar estas decisiones, pero le pido que escuchen a las familias y a los residentes que solicitan este cambio. Como abuela, quiero que mi nieta crezca disfrutando de nuestros parques, jugando con otros niños, teniendo la libertad y de no respirar el humo de segunda mano. Nuestros parques pertenecen a toda la comunidad. Deben ser lugares acogedores y saludables para todo. Por favor, ayúdenos a lograr los parques de Garden Grove estén libres de humo. Gracias por escucharme esta noche y tomar en cuenta las inquietudes de toda la comunidad de Garden Grove. Buenas noches. Gracias.
I have her statement written in English, and hopefully I could read it with the passion that she has right now. Good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council. My name is Maria Betancourt, and I'm here tonight as a grandmother, but also as a member of the Garden Grove community. I am speaking because I am concerned about smoking in our parks and the effect it has on our children and families. As a grandmother, one of the things I enjoy most is spending time with my granddaughter at the park. Parks are supposed to be places where children can run, play, exercise, and enjoy being outside. They should be places where families feel comfortable bringing their children. But when people are smoking in or near playgrounds and other areas where children gather, families are exposed to secondhand smoke simply because they want to enjoy a public park. Children should not have to breathe someone else's smoke while playing. I understand that everyone has different choices and that people have the right to make their own decisions. But public parks are shared spaces, and I believe we have a responsibility to make those spaces as safe and healthy as possible for everyone, especially children. This is not about judging people who smoke. It is about creating an environment where children and families can enjoy our parks without being exposed to secondhand smoke. I also believe this is something our community supports. Many parents, grandparents, and residents want our parks to be places where children can play without being exposed to tobacco or other forms of smoking. We are asking the City Council to consider making Garden Grove Park smoke-free, including playgrounds, sports fields, picnic areas, and other areas where families and children gather. I know that changing a city policy takes consideration, and I respect the work that goes into making these decisions. But I ask you to listen to the families and residents who are asking for this change. As a grandmother, I want my granddaughter
Ma'am?
to grow up.
I apologize, but your time is up.
Okay.
I apologize. I gave you
She
a
gave a
bunch of extra time.
She gave a copy of the, so you
Yes,
should have it.
thank you.
Next speaker, we have Carmen Boyas. Was that Carmen? I thought it was Benacorte. Carmen also has a translator. Speaking time is 2 minutes, and you get 4 minutes total with the translator.
Can I just have
She
a,
doesn't have it written this time, so I'm gonna have to do it back and forth. this
okay, so will it be 4 minutes placed up there, or is it
Yes,
2
I will
minutes? and-
reset it to the 4 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Buenas noches y gracias por recibirnos.
Good night, and thank you for receiving us.
La vez pasada vine como mamá
Last time I came as a mother,
y ahora vengo como futura abuela
and now I'm coming as a future grandmother.
y vengo porque tengo la ansiedad que mi futuro nieto vaya a tener también asma por segunda mano del tabaco.
And I come here with fear that my future grandchild may also have asthma because of secondhand smoke exposure.
Esta vez a mí me tocó ir al parque a recoger polillas de tabaco y fue algo impresionante. Juntamos arriba de 400 colillas en menos de una hora.
She participated in a park cleanup, and she was really surprised that they were able to collect 400 cigarette butts in just an hour.
Fue algo que no me imaginé que iba a ver en un parque.
She didn't imagine seeing this in a park.
Entonces yo me puse a analizar que los futuros nietos que yo voy a tener, no quiero que estén en el parque sufriendo con el humo de segunda mano.
That made her think that she does not want her future grandchildren to be playing in the park with tobacco and secondhand smoke in the area.
Por eso vengo otra vez de nuevo aquí con ustedes para que puedan ustedes quitar el cigarro.
So she comes
hacen
here
en
urging
los
you
parques.
to take away tobacco from the parks.
Sí, porque es algo que uno no puede ver, ustedes no lo pueden ver, pero es algo que yo me quedé impresionada en menos de una hora juntar tantísimas colillas de cigarro. Es algo impactante.
You may not have seen that or have experienced it, but being at a cleanup where you pick up 400 cigarette butts in 1 hour, it's really impactful.
Y no me gustaría que mi futuro nieto, yo lo lleve al parque y estén gente fumando. ¿Por qué? Porque les va a hacer daño a los niños.
And she doesn't want to take her future grandchild to a park where there's going to be people smoking.
Y por eso vengo para volver a exigir que aprueban la ley.
And that's why she's here to urge you to pass a law for no smoking in parks.
Y gracias por su atención.
And thank you for your attention.
Next speaker, David. Followed by David, we will have Jose Roman. And followed by Jose, we have Julie Fraley.
Hi, my name is David. I've had the privilege to work at GKN Aerospace in Garden Grove for the last 2 years and have lived in the surrounding area for the last 22 years and don't plan on leaving. I feel safe at home and as well as at work. I just want to start off saying we only make windows. Windows for all aircrafts, windows for all airplanes, windows for all the jets, windows for everything else going up in the sky, but just windows. GKN is not what people are saying, what some people are saying. GKN should not be looked at as a negative company. We only make windows. So people can fly for their jobs, so they can fly for their vacations, so they can fly to their families, so they can fly for the holidays, wherever they want to fly to, whenever they want to fly. One thing that makes me proud to work for GKN is I feel I had a little part to make some of that possible. I enjoy working at GKN. I recommend my family and friends to apply at GKN. There's around 600 proud employees currently working 3 shifts at GKN, all depending on GKN to support their families, my family as well. I have lots of employees that I now call friends. 2 of them also named David. One David has worked at GKN for 40 years and still comes to work smiling, happy, and such a pleasure to be around. The other David is 72 and refuses to retire because he takes pride in everything he does and loves reminiscing about all the good times he's had throughout the years working for GKN. I hope that we can keep GKN doors open and keep everyone working and keep everyone in the air because you can't fly without a window. Thank you.
Jose Roman. You have Jose Roman.
Thank you.
I think this is a good time to have a next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jose. I'm here to speak regarding the food truck vendors that have been fined and removed out of Garden Grove, including my father's family-owned truck. Our first 2 years in business here in Garden Grove, we had no issue selling, but last year we were fined over $7,000 in tickets, and this year over $5,000. We pay these fines to continue to work in the city of Garden Grove in hopes that we don't lose our customers that took us over 4 years to build. Unfortunately, these fines got out of hand. We're getting out of hand, and we had no choice but to leave and look elsewhere. What we don't understand, and also looks bad on the city management, is despite us being removed, there is now 2 food trucks operating and running with no issue at the same spot we used to sell out of. We don't want them removed, but we want an explanation, and we want fairness. We pay our taxes, we have our permits to sell, we pass health inspections. Therefore, I believe we should be allowed to operate here. If food trucks can pass all these requirements, then we should all be given a chance. We are one of the many food trucks that were kicked out of Garden Grove. We hope that the regulations can make food truck vendors be able to sell in Garden Grove more easy and give fairness to everyone. Because we have asked other food trucks in Garden Grove if they had fines or issues with the city, and they said no. Picking and choosing which get to stay and which get removed makes no sense. Please work with us. Thank you.
We have next speakers, Julie Fraley, Elena Hernandez, and then Zenor. Julie? Julie Fraley, followed by Elena Hernandez and Zainor. Julie.
Hi, my name is Julie Fraley, and these are all the people that are affected in Garnet Grove that spoke on this card for you guys. And what I'm speaking about today is this campaign is really good because secondhand smoke is not good for the environment. And if I get exposed to it, I get the respiratory problems. Last month, I was exposed to pneumonia from the smoke getting into my lungs. I'm allergic to smoke. I live in an apartment in Anaheim, and maintenance lives on the property. I have spoke to maintenance, and they said to call the property management to get rid of the smell in my bedroom. The secretary says we cannot do nothing to open up your windows. It's been over 103 degrees. And they said to knock on people's door to find out who's smoking in the area of their apartment. Tell them it's going through my vents in my bedroom. That's pretty asinine, but that's what you're dealt with. Thank you.
Elena Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and all the audience that came tonight to support whatever group that, they want to speak up on. This is about the third time that I've come down here, and I would like to share with you something about why I'm against the non-smoking in the parks, because I'm a widow twice, and both of my husbands smoked. Okay, and so my children have never smoked because they also were affected when their fathers were living, with the smoking inside the apartment. So I think that we need to really be more aware of what's happening because that secondhand smoke is bad. My sons were very blessed that they didn't have anything affecting their health because I made sure that he went outside to smoke. But I hope that all of you will remember that there's the generations coming up, and we need to keep our parks nice and clean. And thank you very much for all the time that you have listened to our comments. God bless you.
Next speaker, Zenor. After Zenor, we have Leonard De La Rosa, followed by Marco Alcala and Mohsen Ahmed. Zenor?
No, never.
Zenor?
No.
No? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Leonard.
How's it going, council, mayor? Thank you guys for having us here tonight. I'm here to speak to you regarding item number 13. So as you know, I'm a union representative for the carpenters here in Orange County. I represent hardworking men and women in construction. I do represent contractors that are signatory, such as Tiger Construction. Just to give you guys a little background on my experience, I did 19 years in concrete, to which I was blessed to be able to go through the carpenter apprenticeship program, learn how to do form work from the very basics, curb and gutter, water drain inlets, all the way to water treatment plants, freeways, Metrolink stations, And every single one of those stations, every single one of those parking structures, and every single one of those high-rise buildings that I was a part of had curbs, hanging forms. So I'm here to just make sure that you guys take into consideration, Tiger Construction is signatory. Growing up as a carpenter, I went through the apprenticeship program, graduated as a journeyman, continued on my career as a foreman, became a general foreman, later a superintendent, such as a lot of these members behind me. Creating those opportunities is a blessing. It's a blessing to be able to be up here and tell you guys my story, right? And behind me and throughout the community, we have multiple stories such as mine, right? I just want to make sure that you guys are well aware that CT&T, although they do perform concrete formwork, they are not signatory to the carpenters or the trades. I just wanted to run that by you guys. I hope you guys consider the motion you guys will be doing for item number 13. And thank you guys for your time.
Marco Alcala.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Marco Alcala, and I am a member with Unite Here Local 11. So I was part of the original effort to pass the hotel workers. Oh, sorry. So I forgot to mention that I'm here to speak on item 15. So so I was part of the original effort to pass the Hotel Workers Protection Ordinance in Los Angeles, where my coworkers and I were thankful about the elements our law containing. Tonight, I want to raise something simple before item 15 was placed on tonight's agenda. Our knowledge not to a single hotel worker was contacted about it. No one. Thousands of your constituents have already signed an initiative on this exact subject. Informed by the workers it affects. And still, city staff move forward on the competing version without ever picking up the phone to ask workers a single question. That alone should give you pause about why this item is in front of you. I'll ask you to reject item 15. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mohsen Ahmed, followed by Matthew Richard and Andrew Seymour. Mohsen, go ahead.
Mayor, City Council, CEO of Tiger Construction, and I'm here to talk about item 13. And, we have a pretty extraordinary set of events that happened. Last time I was here, I brought up how we were on contract for 1 day. And now item 13 is looking to terminate said contract and move it to another contractor. That contractor came in $500,000 above us. And, if the problem was our price was too cheap, we'll charge more, right? If you guys want a more expensive product, we'll give you that. But we're here to work with you guys. And I'll be here through item 13 if you guys have any questions and want to ask me anything about the events. I'd gladly answer. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Matthew Richard.
My name is Matthew Richard, and I am here to speak on item 15. Good evening. We've read through item 15 closely and compared it closely to the initiative that thousands of Garden Grove voters have already signed and that I have personally gathered signatures for. The gap in this city proposed law is significant. Item 15 caps the city's total penalty against the hotel at only $500 a day, no matter how many workers are affected. It strips out the city manager's own power to investigate a complaint, and it caps a worker's paid time to report a violent incident to police at merely 3 hours. None of those limits exist in this initiative. Let us be clear. If this council is serious about hotel worker safety, the answer isn't a weaker ordinance rushed through tonight. It's letting the full initiative, the one that workers wrote, to come before you. I am urging you to reject item 15. Thank you.
Next speaker, Andrew Seymour.
Okay, hi, Andrew Seymour speaking on item 15. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andy Seymour. I'm here tonight because item 15 asks you to do something that sounds simple but isn't. So Unite Here, together with community allies, are currently circulating the Hotel Worker Protection Initiative in Garden Grove, which thousands of voters here have already signed. This initiative was written by housekeepers and hotel workers with decades of experience in this industry. It raises wages, provides fair compensation for excessive workloads, protects workers when a hotel changes ownership, and yes, it includes panic buttons and safety protections for workers who are assigned to work alone. Item 15 takes only that last piece, the safety piece, and brings it to you tonight on its own. We would have been happy to support that policy, but even judging only against that one piece, item 15 falls far short. It has no minimum training hours for the person who is supposed to respond when a worker hits a panic button. As my colleague Matthew mentioned, it caps a worker's paid time to report a threat or an assault at 3 hours. It caps the city's total damages against a hotel at $500 a day, no matter how many workers are put at risk. And the proposed ordinance provides no city-driven enforcement mechanism. Enforcement would depend entirely on individual hotel workers hiring lawyers and suing on their own. To our knowledge, no hotel worker and no one representing hotel workers was ever contacted about this item before it was placed on tonight's agenda, despite hotel workers being the clearest stakeholders in this conversation. We believe that it is not how you write good policy. We are asking you to reject item 15 tonight and to instead give the full initiative the hearing it deserves when it eventually comes before you. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Nathan Delgadillo, followed by Dalal.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nathan Delgadillo, and I am a member of Unite Here Local 11. I'm a resident of Garden Grove and one of the proponents of the Hotel Worker Protection Initiative that is currently circulating in the city. The Garden Grove initiative that I have personally gathered signatures for, and thousands of Garden Grove voters have signed, require a designated security guard to respond if workers ever need to use a panic button. And it requires that guard to be trained, not just whoever happens to be on duty. Item 15 doesn't require any of that. If worker safety depends on which manager is working that night and establishes no minimum annual training, that is not a safety plan. That's a gamble. Please don't accept a watered-down version of what Garden Grove residents are working on. Reject item 15.
Next speaker, Jalal.
Hello, my name is Dalal, and I'm a member of the Palestinian community in Orange County, and I'm also a teacher. Firstly, I want to remind everyone of the connection from Garden Grove to Gaza. Communities here are being asked to live with the risk of hazardous military production, while Palestinians live under bombs and aircraft that this military supply chain makes possible. And for 3 months, the City Council has stalled while GKN moves toward reopening. And also, they can't get out of complicity in genocide by improving safety. On July 13th, 2024, Israeli F-35 jets dropped 13 2,000-pound bombs on al-Masawi, an area the IDF has designated as a humanitarian zone. The attack was amongst the deadliest strikes on Gaza, killing more than 400 people. Gaza's civil defense spokesperson, Mahmoud Basal, describes the aftermath. Entire families disappeared from the Masawi Khan Yunis massacre under the sand in deep holes. The F-35s used in this and other attacks since October of 2023 were likely outfitted with transparency canopies manufactured right here at GKN in Garden Grove. I am also a teacher and I teach high school students, and although I don't teach in the area that was affected, I cannot imagine what that experience would have been like for my students. No student should ever have to be scared because they're living and going to a school, a place where students are supposed to feel safe, in the vicinity of a toxic facility that poisons their community and is inevitable to cause harm. Many of you said earlier that this compensation is a good first step, but this is a receipt refund. $100 million compensation does not adequate to accountability and is a win for GKN, not the residents of Garden Grove. They will not be ready for to safely restart the plant because they have a history of not doing so, and it's well documented. So no, they have not built 60 years of trust and reputation. And it has not just been one incident. It will never be safe, and
Time
that
is
is not
up.
a question. Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Ahmed. Our next two speakers will be Ahmed Al-Rashid, Amir Merdaban, and Lourdes Zol. Ahmed?
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmed. I'm an OC resident, and I'm here to express my dissent towards GKN's treatment of its workers and Garden Grove residents to the people and to the City Council. Let's go through a timeline of GKN at Garden Grove. In September 2019, flammable/reactive waste drums were cited for being stored closer than the required 50 feet from the property line, a fire spread hazard. On November 1st, 2023, the county conducted routine inspections under 2 programs at the site. Under the emergency response program, the facility could not show that employees had been trained to respond to a hazardous material release. In the same inspection, the inspection logs of hazard containers were not available. And in the same inspection, MMA was observed being disposed of in the facility trash bin. The idea that GKN can do things like this and claim that they care about their employees is absurd. These are the same workers who came out here today. The same lovely workers who came out here today are the same workers who are at the forefront of these chemical crises, just like the one that happened in May 2026. The job of the City Council and companies in Garden Grove is to provide safe jobs for these workers, not jobs where they're exposed to MMA and are at the forefront of potential explosions and fire hazards. Loving GKN back simply means the City Council doesn't care about the safety of these workers or the safety of the Garden Grove residents. The real equation is that you cannot love GKN back and love the residents of the city because GKN is a ticking time bomb. Because the equation of prioritizing 540 dangerous jobs for these lovely workers who, like you heard, they want to feed their families, and defending the multi-billion-dollar corporation who made $800 million
Sir,
today
your time is
not
up.
a fair
Next speaker,
equation.
please.
Next speaker, Amir Merdaban. Amir. Lourdes Zol? Yes. Go ahead. You have a translator as well? Yes. You have 2 minutes for your comment. We'll take that. And 2 minutes for your translator. 4 minutes total.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mayor Stephanie Clifton y todo el board y aquí la audiencia presente. Es mi tercera vez hoy representando como madre líder a mi comunidad, multicultural en Garden Grove. El tema es parques libres de humo. Les entregué en mi primera reunión una carpeta con mucha información hecha por los padres líderes de mi comunidad. Y tengo una pregunta para ustedes como board esta noche. ¿Se han tomado el tiempo de checarlo? Actualmente estamos trabajando con la comunidad en las áreas de los apartamentos, librerías y siguiendo estando en los parques, colectando colillas de cigarro, haciendo más conciencia a nuestra comunidad sobre este gran proyecto. He mirado en sus redes sociales como Facebook, Instagram, que tienen ustedes como City Hall, cada parque que están inaugurando. Es mucho dinero que están invirtiendo. Es un buen proyecto, pero se han puesto a pensar como board, ¿quiénes lo van a usar? Mientras ustedes no hagan nada con la ordenanza que nosotros estamos presentando aquí esta noche nuevamente, los parques pronto serán abandonados por el alto volumen de personas que fuman en los parques. Recuerden que estamos en tiempos de elecciones. Miro muchos nombres de ustedes reeligiéndose en diferentes distritos. Recuerden también que tenemos voz y voto como comunidad. Así como ustedes el día de hoy, está en sus manos decidir y votar por el bienestar de su inversión y el bienestar de la comunidad. Y también les hice entrega de una carta que viene de la Asociación de Cáncer. Espero que se tomen el tiempo también de leerlo, porque es un arduo trabajo que estamos haciendo en equipo con la comunidad. Que tengan buenas noches.
Okay, she asked if you guys even looked at the letter there where it says how much you're going to invest in the parks. And she wants to know, you know, who is going to enjoy, you know, these parks once people, you know, begin to continue to smoke and all of this, you know, will get out of hand. You know, we need to think about our community, the children and everyone that can enjoy it. So she's asking for you to remember this as you want to get reelected and whatever, to remember, you know, that we must care about our community. And so she wants to make sure that you guys, you know, make time to read and, you know, and kind of, you know, be on the same scale as we are. She goes out and collects cigarette butts with a lot of the other people. I haven't been privileged to go out with them, but, you know, she does a wonderful job because she cares about the environment. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches, gracias por escucharnos.
Good night. Thank you.
Next three speakers will be Claire Flores, followed by Ray Regalado, and then Abril Diaz. Claire Flores.
Good evening. My name is Claire Flores, and I'm here to share my thoughts on item 17. I originally had planned on talking on, touching on the public health aspect of it, but it's already been discussed a lot. I think we're all aware of, you know, that smoke-free parks mean lower risk of our children and youth athletes from our local sports teams. It'll decrease the risk of inhaling toxic carcinogens while they're swinging the monkey bars, riding bikes, and hitting home runs for their t-ball team. Sadly, some residents couldn't care less about any of that. On the other hand, I know there are many Garden Grove residents who are very pro-environment and pro-pets. Therefore, I'm going to spotlight other facts regarding parks which have a smoke-free park ordinance, litter reduction. As non-biodegradable cigarette filters are kept out of open grass areas, playgrounds, walking trails, picnic areas, etc. Not to mention it helps keep our parks clean, looking beautiful, gives us something to be proud about. Cigarettes are the most littered item in the world. I can personally confirm that it is true, as a few months ago, along with a group of volunteers, we picked up hundreds from West Haven Park. To all those residents that file complaints when their neighbor's grass is too tall, trees are overgrown, trash cans are out too long because it makes the neighborhood look ugly, dirty parks do the same thing. Pet safety. People love their pets. You walk your pet at the park. They can accidentally ingest a toxic plastic filter. Waterway cleanliness. It significantly minimizes toxic materials from entering park ponds and drainage systems. And finally, because no one wants to spend more money, a smoke-free park ordinance would lower maintenance costs by decreasing the city budget needed for manual litter pickup and trash management for all our parks. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Ray Regalado.
Hello, my name is Ray Regalado, and I'm a community member here at Garden Grove. I live by Miles Square Park, in between where most of the evacuation centers were set up for evacuees of GKN's chemical leak. I interfaced and provided mutual aid to several of Garden Grove's evacuated residents. To be clear, these are my personal views. Running a city that is built off the revenues of companies that kill civilians, children, families abroad is nothing short of garbage. In a region that is largely comprised of immigrants who have had their home countries torn apart by war and genocides enacted by imperial states. A city with people from all over Southeast Asia, from Laos to Vietnam to the Philippines, to all over Central and South America to Western Asia, complicit in the genocide of Palestinians and ongoing bombing of Lebanon, Iraq, Iran, etc. The city takes money off the manufacture of parts for weapons of war and genocide. Furthermore, GKN has proven to be a company that only pays its way out of local, state, and federal code violations. GKN literally pays its way to remain open. I have a laundry list of GKN's violations over a multi-year period, which 2 minutes cannot cover. While GKN was brought under city compliance, GKN also displayed a pattern of falling behind when it comes to federal and state regulations, from the California Code of Regulations to the Federal Clean Air Act. These violations and settlements occurred over a multi-year period preceding the May 2026 event. This is a pattern of misbehavior and negligence. Continuing to allow GKN to operate irresponsibly and settle through paying settlements and citations only effectively guarantees more violations and severe public health and distrust and severe public risk in the future. Again, this goes far beyond worker, public, and community safety. GKN profits off the manufacture of parts that only go to bomb and blow up schools, universities, churches, mosques, and civilians and families abroad, as well as partnering with companies.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Abril Diaz.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Abril Diaz, and I am a resident of Garden Grove. I'm here tonight to speak in support of banning smoking in our city parks. Our parks should be places where families, children, seniors, and everyone in our community can enjoy the outdoors without being exposed to secondhand smoke, which we all know is very dangerous. People shouldn't have to choose between enjoying a public park and protecting themselves and their families from a health risk they cannot control. I have lived right next to a park for most of my life, and I currently live close to Hastur Basin. Because of this, I have spent a lot of time around the parks in my community and have seen firsthand how smoking affects the way people use and see these spaces. The pattern I notice is that most people often avoid certain areas of the park because of the amount of smoking that takes place there and the use of cigars. I have personally felt uncomfortable being around the smoke and around people that smoke in these parks. And I know I am not the only person who feels that way, as in that board you have seen that many other community members have put in their thoughts. The staff report recognizes that secondhand smoke poses a risk health to park visitors and that it contributes to approximately 41,000 deaths among non-smokers each year. California already prohibits smoking within 25 feet of playground and tot lots, but families use much more than this space in our parks than just those designated areas. Other Orange County cities, including Dana Point, Buena Park, Laguna Beach, Cypress, and most recently Orange, have taken additional steps of protecting people throughout their parks, so why can't we? I respectfully ask the council to do the same for Garden Grove. A park smoking ban is a simple, reasonable step towards cleaner, healthier, and more welcoming public spaces for everyone. Thank you for your time and considering this important issue.
Can we go ahead and take a 5-minute break, please? Thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. We are still in oral communication. Madam Clerk, let's proceed.
Our next three speakers will be Joel Silverthorne, followed by Yasir, followed by Remo. Joel Silverthorne.
Thank you for listening to us. I know you're. Yes, on 14, if it'll help the community, much needed. 15, the safety and security for hotel workers, I don't think that went far enough. I'd say no on that. On 16, the food truck regulations, I don't understand enough about the this 10-minute rule. I don't understand why it can't be like a 4-hour rule instead of a 10-minute rule, or a 6-hour, or something like that. There can be some leeway on that. And comparing, and I know that renting it would be hard if the brick and mortar places are getting priced out because the private equity firms nationwide are making it hard for them. That's probably why people go into food trucks. That's something to consider, the private equity on a national level. On 17, the smoking in city parks, most largest cities have banned it. 20 out of the 34 cities in Orange County have banned smoking in the park. The definition of the park that people hold dear to keeping parks and it is for recreation, for families' health, and that's not what smoking is about, any of them.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yasir.
Hello, my name is Yasser Al-Sharif, and I'm a Palestinian American, and my family has called Garden Grove their home since before I was born. And I'm disappointed in my council members. I'm disappointed in how you guys are failing to protect your community from a company that's complicit in genocide around the world. This tells me that you guys care about the profit of war manufacturers over the safety of your residents. GKN, you did not spend 60 years of good standing with the community. On June 21st, 2025, a supply line from the external carbon dioxide tank ruptured, producing a vapor cloud and forcing an evacuation of about 100 residents. Nearly a year before the 2026 MMA crisis on October 30, 2023, roughly 200 gallons of MMA monomer spilled during a transfer between tanks. How is that being in good standing with the community? These are serious discrepancies. Our communities should not be continuously put at risk so that Israel can get more military cargo. On September 10th, 2024, Israeli F-35 jets dropped 2,000-pound Mk-84 bombs on El-Mawasi refugee camp, an area that was designated as a humanitarian zone by the IDF. This was one of the single deadliest attacks of the people of Gaza. Gaza Civil Defense spokesperson Mahmoud Basil stated, quote, "Entire families disappeared from the Mawasi Khan Yunis massacre, under the sand in deep holes. That massacre and many others that the IDF has perpetuated since would very likely literally not have been possible to commit using F-35 if it was not for GKN and Garden Grove. So no, GKN does not just make windows. And 100 million is not the bucket. The bucket is GKN out of Garden Grove, moratorium now, stop the expansion and shut down GKN. Thank you."
Next speaker, Remo. You have a speaker, Remo, followed by Robin, then Noel.
Hi, my name is Remo. I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement, and I work in Garden Grove. I don't have anything prepared today, honestly, but I think it's a good chance to speak from the heart and say that after Steve Carlin's performance earlier this evening, it was just secondhand embarrassing to see how easily you all folded based on the promises that he's making. Carlin said something about 60 years of building trust in the community, and I just wonder if you all are aware that he shouldn't be taken at face value on comments like this, especially given that we've just released a brief today documenting a history of negligence at the Garden Grove facility, and that goes back several years, and that has to do with some very similar tank malfunctions, and it has to do with a pattern of disregard for the Garden Grove community that Steve Carlin can just wave his hands and say that he'll promise to make things better, and you all tell him that you love him, you know? It was embarrassing for me to witness, but I wanted to come back and say, like, we've been doing the research. You know, you can look at the brief. I encourage you all to read it. There's a lot of solid information that maybe you weren't even made aware of if you've been taking him at face value. And you know, like the thing about the $100 million payout is another example. The day that they announced this, their stock price jumps up, so they recover that money anyways. The criminal case is dropped from the OC district attorney. So who's really the winner here? Is it the people of Garden Grove? Is it the ones who are stuck holding the bag? And now we have a facility in our backyard that's still manufacturing transparency canopies for the F-35 and putting our children at risk? Who wins? Joe? Thanks.
Next speaker is Robin, followed by Noel.
Point of order from Councilmember Joe Dovin. Again, he was called out by name.
Thank you for mentioning me. It actually gives me the opportunity to rebut, but I'm only going to take 30 seconds. If you want to know what side I'm on, I've said it loudly on this dais. People over power, people over profit, and people over politics. That's my side. Now, if you want to win, are you going to go for all or nothing? Or are you going to win the way Joe's going to win, incrementally, piece by piece? You can laugh all you want. The people who came in here and said they want to keep their jobs, they want to keep their homes, they want to keep their families and be able to take care of their families, that's who I love. That's who I respect. And we got a measure of respect from GKN already. We have. They have capitulated. Maybe not to the extent you want yet, but we're going to fight on. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Robin, Kay.
Hello, my name is Robin. I'm a resident in Whittier and a worker in Orange County. I'd like a clarification of a statement that was made at the previous meeting by Joe, in which he said, Palestine is the homeland of our Lord Jesus Christ. Respect that. The whole world has been seeing a genocide live streamed from Gaza, and we have receipts to show that GKN is contributing to this violence that is transpiring here in the global south. For the past 500 years, Jesus has been appropriated as a symbol by the West to assert dominance on the colonized world. For as long as this country has existed, Jesus has been plastered across every reason for civilizing BIPOC people, including my Cherokee ancestors, into boarding schools. How can a council that's wealth is tied to this war manufacturer be in a position to tell us to respect Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior during a time when the Trump administration is inflaming a right-wing white Christian nationalist movement. Regardless of our faiths, we want this violence to cease. And yet, your facility will open up and continue to supply F-35s with these canopies. Why can't your city just invest in infrastructure that contributes to the medical field or in construction and not in this blatant industry of violence against the third world? Why can't you do justice towards the community who are having health issues because of this facility? I ask that you enforce a moratorium, focus on listening to the demands of the impacted community. We have heard from them the stress that they have been through, and that is what they want. They want compensation for the losses they face. We know that GCAN makes billions of dollars every year. Free Palestine and liberation to the third world.
Next speaker, Noel.
So Steve Carlin said GKN has built 60 years of trust. I am going to read a timeline of all the environmental and safety incidents at GKN since 2016. Do they sound like trust to you? October 2018, GKN cited by California Department of Industrial Relations because it did not correct unsafe work conditions or use appropriate cutting coolant for CNC machines. September 2019, county health inspectors find fire hazard, liquid drums of flammable waste stored less than 15 meters from property line. April 2021, South Coast Air Quality Management District issued violation notice to GKN for failing to maintain emission records, unpermitted equipment, and excessive volatile organic compound emissions. February 2022, federal OSHA issued 2 workplace safety citations to GKN for not providing proper protective equipment and testing during onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. October 2023, about 200 gallons of MMA spilled during a tank transfer after a facility operator may have left a valve open. November 2023, county health inspectors founded unlabeled and open waste containers, MMA scrap and regular trash, missing waste determination records, missing emergency response training documentation. June 2024, GKN announced its plans to double F-35 canopy production capacity of its Garden Grove site to meet continued demand. January 2025, GKN Aerospace paid nearly $1 million to SCA QMD in settlement over 2021 violation notice. June 2025, about 100 people evacuated from GKN facility due to carbon dioxide supply line rupture. May 2026, as you all know, approximately 50,000 residents evacuated due to 35,000 gallon tank with about 7,000 gallons of MMA overheating and off-gassing that emergency crews could not drain due to faulty valve. June 2026, MMA removal operation delayed until July due to backup in delivery of seal trucks required to safely
I'm sorry, your time
transport
is up. Thank
chemicals.
you. Next speaker, please.
Next 3 speakers will be Masag, followed by Christine Edis and Andres Rubio. Masag?
Quality Taki, ni toca Masa, ni toca Tecpat. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. Masa is one of our clans. We have 20 clans in our tribal ways. I was invited to come over here, and I'm hearing about Palestine, about the Filipino Pinoy people in Vietnam, and I think it's very important to hijack this in a good, respectful way. Right now, Senator James Ramos is the first male Native American to be a senator in the state of California, and we're pushing for our remains and ancestors. So when I hear people talk about smoke, the first thing that comes to our mind is sage. We burn sage in parks sometimes. We haven't been harassed yet, and if they do, I am an enrolled tribal member. This remains in these universities have to rest in peace. We feel your pain for what happened in the chemical spill. We live in the area. We live in the Hutugna village, which is Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Anaheim, Puvitam, and we come also to the village of Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Lukovungna, and also Cucamonga. These are all our villages here. But I respectfully want to just tell you all, whoever carries the power, and whoever's listening and watching, please keep emailing and pressuring these people, these universities that have our remains in boxes, millions and hundreds and thousands of our ancestors. How dare you colonists come and enslave us and murder us and force us to be Catholic and Christian and force us to speak Spanish and English in our own ancestral land. So we feel your pain, and those remains, those ancestors need to rest in peace. There will be no peace here in the United States of America. Makwit puali shiwit, chinik chinichi, huhutugna, puvitam, chinshongna, kukamongna. Aho, thank you.
Next speaker, Christine Edis.
Okay, I have 2 minutes, so I'll try to go through this quick. I'm here for two things. Item 16, food truck regulations. Sounds like the current policy that a food truck having to move every 10 minutes is a policy that would apply to an ice cream truck. It's mind-boggling that nothing has been done to address this outdated policy. It's an unfair burden to working families. We know that within our Garden Grove constituents, their work is dependent on this type of business. We love food trucks, and we know it's a means for our families to provide for their, a way of supporting their families. I urge you all to make changes, perhaps make specialized vending permits rather than forcing constant movement that are hurting our working families and their way of life. I'm also here to talk about the GKN update. It's great to hear that there is some progress, communication from GKN. However, their statement is open-ended and quite vague. After reading the announcement about the $100 million fund, this would include the damages incurred by local businesses, which alone can just be enough to cover. There is no way that this can support businesses and also residents that were affected. As an evacuee in District 1, my expenses will look different from my neighbors in Stanton. There's loss of work, medical care, housing, clothing, technology, basic needs, food, travel, and displacement. So will individuals still be able to make GKN pay for this as a plaintiff? Also, how about homeowners who see a loss in property value? What assurances are we getting that our soil is not affected or our water? This is too little too soon for GKN to start the production in a few weeks with no assurances to our neighbors of clear and concrete steps to ensure safety and compliance. There must be additional guardrails to ensure GKN is in compliance to their city,
time is
county,
up. Thank
and
you.
state and
Next
federal
speaker,
levels.
please.
I have one sentence. There are
Next speaker
there's still a
is
simple
Andres
request for a
Rubio.
moratorium to end the
Your time
expansion
is up.
of
Thank you.
GKN in our communities. Thank you.
Andres Rubio.
Hello, I'm here to speak as a GGSD student to be a voice for those students whose lives were put on risk by GKN because they were able to put a damn bomb in their backyard. Students and their families were ordered to evacuate, but many couldn't because of the emergency housing crisis that we faced during this emergency. Something that isn't being talked about is how all of these hotels were able to increase their rates, putting profits over people. Members of our community were forced to travel out of state because these greedy corporations were able to increase their rates. Over 50,000 people were ordered to evacuate, but there were only 7 shelters with a max capacity of 200 people, meaning only about 2.8% had a guaranteed space to stay in. And I ask all of you guys, it's a company that forces its community to evacuate out of state should be allowed to operate freely in our community. I don't remember who said last time that GKN is a multinational corporation and we should be careful, but we're not scared of any greedy corporation who puts our lives on risk. Y'all keep bringing up the GKN workers, but what about the other workers who weren't able to work and provide for their families during this emergency? What about the thousands of families who are still struggling because there was a slap on the face to our working class community? And also I want to add, shame on you guys for being able to let the Strawberry Festival to continue happening during this emergency. Our community, members of our community were forced to travel out of state because of this crisis. While District 1 had a bomb in their backyard, guess what? The Strawberry Festival was still happening. Instead of using those resources for members of our community who were forced to even travel out of state because of GCAN. The Strawberry Festival is still happening. Shame. Shut down GCAN and moratorium now. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes our in-person speakers. We'll now move over to our remote speakers. We'll begin with Jeff Clace. Go ahead.
Yes, good evening again. Before taking calls, we wanted to do one last check that the remote audio is working properly, so hopefully you can hear this okay. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll now move on to our next speaker with a phone number ending in 238. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Mayor, Stephanie, and council, I would speak on housing, but you had staff difficulties. So when you want to be generous, I will speak on the housing. But I want to touch on, at least I have the time, and want to encourage the council that I didn't mention the bill clearly, but it's SB 932, General Circulation Element of Bicycle Pedestrian Plan and Traffic Calming Plan 21. I encourage you to put on the agenda. I encourage you in a resolution with the city of Garden Grove USD to start planting trees. That's not being effectively instrumental in that issue. With your resolution, National Dark Park for dogs should be considered. You don't have drinking fountains. You don't have heat indication of safety. We have a heat index. You don't have shade. We be mindful of what you're trying to do about recognizing they can't speak. I think there's being more attentively as council and oversight. You've seen the pictures. It's not being oversighted. And I know what you had done with the Catholic Church as an agreement between the city and the city administration. Well, it's not working. It's just not working. And I assume that you understand that GUSD will not refuses to e-bike safety. Now there's a law with Davis that's going to make them all do that, and they don't have a record of safe routes in school. So when you award them a plaque of education, it comes around a burden on law enforcement when we don't have school cooperation and education. I'm really surprised. Our city has been surrounded to said in Channel 11 News. It's an old city. I hope, Mayor, that you and OCTA, that you heard me, that you'll do some things to readjust our city to current needs. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kayla Asato. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, perfect. I was having some audio issues with these headphones earlier, but hello, my name is Kayla Asato. I am a resident of the city of Orange, just narrowly outside of the evacuation radius. My roommate is born and raised in Garden Grove, and her dad was in the evacuation radius. I am calling today because I am very concerned about the GKN site, as are many people across the county, and have some concerns about the constant reports that don't feel like they line up with the lived realities of people in the area. The smells during the leak were a concern. The constant CEQA exemptions by this and previous councils are a concern. How are we supposed to know what kind of chemicals the site is emitting and causing harm to residents if we do not have those information available to the public? We need to have a moratorium so that we can get to the bottom of what's going on, so that we can have build some trust back with the community, and so that we can show that we are all truly in the good, trying to do what's best for the community. The amount that is being allocated to people is a start, but I don't think it is anywhere near enough, as previous comments have said. But also, I think we need to really address the actual harms that have been done to the community. And we can't really tell everyone that everything is okay. We're still doing some information while we are still in the business of doing construction. Just like the fires in Altadena and the Palisades, we need to make sure that the harm is stopped before we start to tell people that things are okay. So in short,
Speaker, your time is up.
moratorium now. Thank you so much.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, and that concludes all our public comments.
Thank you very much. All right, that ends oral communication. We will now recess to other legislative bodies. All right, that takes us into successor agency. Please call roll.
Member Brightigam?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Tran?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Aristegui?
Here.
Vice Chair Muñetón?
Here.
And Chair Klopfenstein?
Here. We held oral communication with already, so we'll move on to our consent. We have one item.
Moved. Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Any matters from members? Seeing none, we will adjourn and move to the sanitary district. Please call roll.
Member Brightigam?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Muñetón? Member Aristegui?
Here.
Vice President Tran?
Here.
And President Klopfenstein?
Here. Again, we've already held oral communication. We move on to consent. One item, receive and file the minutes.
Move it.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, very good. Any matters from board members? Seeing none, we'll adjourn and head back to the city council. That will take us to the balance of our consent calendar. I believe that'll be items 5 through 11. I can entertain one motion unless someone would like to pull an item.
Move it.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, we move to items for consideration. Item number 12.
Item number 12 is authorization for the issuance of a purchase order to Seafco DBA Irv Seaver Motorcycles for the purchase of 9 new police motorcycles. And Public Works Director Sam Kim is here to provide the report.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, tonight City Council is being asked to authorize a piggyback purchase order of 9 new BMW police motorcycles from DBA Irv Seaver Motorcycle through an existing contract with the City of Eastvale. The police department has several motorcycles that meet the city's replacement guidelines and were approved through the fiscal year 2025-26 budget process. There are no BMW motorcycle dealers within City of Garden Grove city limits, so staff identified a recent competitive procurement by the City of Eastvale for an invitation for bid for the 2026 BMW police motorcycles and confirmed that Irv Seaver Motorcycle has agreed to extend the same terms to Garden Grove. The unit price is $38,745.60 per motorcycle, inclusive of all applicable taxes and destination charges, for a total purchase of $348,710.40. Staff recommends dispensing of the bidding process pursuant to the municipal code provisions. The surplus motorcycles will be sold at public auction. There is no impact to the general fund. This purchase will be funded with the Fleet Management Fund. This concludes the staff's report, and staff is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim. Colleagues, any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Sure.
So, not too long ago, we were talking about
this was a couple months back, and we were discussing the cost of maintenance and on the motorcycles, and a little rudimentary math on my part, it looked like it was cheaper to buy a new motorcycle every 4 or 5 years with a warranty than to be paying for all the maintenance. So my question is going to come back to that. What's the warranty on these motorcycles?
The warranties are 3 years for electrical and mechanical defects and workmanship.
Okay, so you got a 3-year warranty, 5-year lifespan approximately.
Yes, sir.
So we still will be paying maintenance on those 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this $38,000 per unit cost, does that come fully assembled? Lights, windscreen, radios, the whole bit, or is
Yes,
that?
sir. It's including fitting the motorcycles.
Okay, and again, the safety of our officers and our motorcycle officers, you just can't skip. You have to buy new motorcycles because these things get abused, and not because the officers are doing anything crazy, but just the nature of how they're run every day and what they go through. So, I think it's great that we can save money by piggy banking with Eastvale.
Yes, sir.
And with that, I'll make the motion.
Could I ask a quick
course.
question? So, I look at the 9 vehicles that are gonna be replaced. Most of them, the mileage, 40, 50, 60,000. One is 16,000. Could you tell us why that you have to replace that one?
It depends on the recommendation is based on mileage is like a 45 to 75,000 miles, but also even though it doesn't reach the mileage, the recommendation is between 4 to 7 years to replace motorcycles.
So even if this one have the mileage probably only 1/3 or 1/4 of the recommendation, but you still
Either mileage or the years of use.
okay. So I was just curious if you have some like history of maintenance or damage or something that why you have to replace. But in this case, I don't see any other problem or issue beside that it's just gonna be replaced because of the year.
Well, it's going to start have issues once that reaches or past the recommended life cycles. That's why we try to replace it during the recommended years to prevent any costly maintenance and fees and stuff.
So I understand that part, but I would like to see that if there was some issue or something, but I trust your assessment, and so I just want to see why that is, but thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Any other comments, questions, or I'll take a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, on to item 13.
Item 13 is confirmation of the contract termination with Tiger Construction LLC and subsequent award of contract to CT&T Concrete Paving, Inc. for on-call concrete construction services, IFB number S-1389, and Public Works Director Sam Kim is here to provide that report.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, tonight City Council is being asked to confirm the termination of the agreement with the Tiger Construction LLC and award the on-call concrete construction contract to CT&T Concrete Paving Incorporated, the next lowest responsive bidder from the original competitive bid process. Following the competitive bid process for invitation for bid number S-1389, Tiger Construction was awarded the contract on June 23rd of this year. After the contract award, city staff met with the Tiger Construction to review contract requirements, work expectations, staffing, equipment, traffic control, scheduling, and procedure to completing assigned work. However, staff determined that coordinating the city's work program with the contractor would be difficult and elected to terminate the contract for convenience per section 4.18.1 of the agreement. Staff recommends awarding the contract to CT&T Concrete Paving, which has a prior experience performing concrete construction for the city and is familiar with the city standards and requirements. This will allow the concrete repair program to continue addressing the city's backlog of concrete repairs and minimize disruption of scheduled maintenance activity and yearly slurry seal projects. The contract is in the amount of not to exceed $1.8 million for the first 2 years, with a 3 optional 1-year extension for $900,000 per year. Funding is available in the fiscal 2026-27 Street Division budget. This concludes the staff's report, and staff is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have some questions.
Excuse me. I'm a licensed general contractor of construction. I'd like to hear from the representative of Tiger. You have your opportunity to be heard. Tell us what happened. Try to keep it to a minute or two.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So essentially, we were on contract one day. We had a stop work called, and that's essentially what happened. We've never had a chance to mobilize, never had a chance to perform. Mr. Kim referenced deficiencies. We're unaware of any. And more than that, we're willing to do whatever it takes to get this done for you guys. Anything you guys need, we can do it. And we've done this all over Southern California for multiple municipalities. We've never received one complaint from any clients. This is the first time I've ever had this type of situation happen. So I'm really at a loss of words for where we find ourselves. Because once again, you guys are talking about a change of $500,000. And Mr. Kim stated that that change is due to me being difficult. Now, when I came here last time, I said I'm willing to meet with anybody, and I still am. Anyone, including Mr. Kim, anyone that wants to speak and talk and figure out how we can do this productively, I'm more than willing to have it done. Union Carpenters are the best carpenters in the world, in my opinion. We do great work, and we can do this for you. We can do it at a price, once again, $500,000 lower than the proposed change. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, I do have a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
Where are you headquartered? Where are you based out of?
La Jolla. La Jolla in San Diego.
Okay. Does the distance make it an issue to service our city in Garden Grove?
Not at all. We've done work in Santa Monica. We've done work in the city of Los Angeles. They were all happy clients.
So you never actually deployed to service the contract at all?
No, and that is why I'm at a loss for words almost, right? So we never received an NTP, right? A contract begins with the notice to proceed. We never received an NTP. So the fact that we're being difficult, on what issue? On what item? It does not exist. We haven't had a chance to deploy. And we submitted a 21-page concrete work plan. Now, sir, if you have gone through that work plan, there is no way you can say that Tiger Construction cannot do this work. And then from the contract world, right? Because I'm a guy that's done work with Special Naval Warfare, the Marines, Navy SEALs. There's nothing easier than a sidewalk, right? It doesn't get easier than this. So the fact that we're at termination, once again, for $500,000, and that's the minimum. That's the minimum, is $500,000 you guys are out. And we never got an NTP, right? So obviously I have my own concerns about that and the injustice I feel that's happened in this circumstance, right? But also just from a practical standpoint, that's $500,000 from the people of this place.
Stand by for a minute. I have a couple questions for our city attorney, and then I'll circle back to you. The amount that's allocated for this contract, there's a cap, right? Just because we allocate so much doesn't mean we have to spend all of it. It's on a pay per service. Is that true?
Yes, this is an on-call contract, so it's not for a specific project. It's for multiple tasks during the whole year, during the whole fiscal year, and it's capped at $900,000 per year.
Well, I find it a little awkward because we're terminating one contractor and voting up a second, so I would have liked two different agenda items, but that's okay. the new contractor, they're qualified, they can do everything that Tiger do. They've been through the process that we've qualified them, correct?
So the contractor that's being considered was a bidder in the original contract. So what happened is that the contract went out to bid. The first lowest bidder withdrew their contract, and so the second was Tiger Construction. We had issues with starting the project with Tiger Construction, and so we're here before you to ask to let the contract to the third low bidder. Basically, is their request.
Final question. I'm hearing that this contract's for 2 years with the option to renew the
Yes.
year after that
Correct.
and after that. So there is no bar from Tiger putting in after that 2 years expire. They can come right back and bid again. Is that true?
No, so the contract is let for 2 years, and then it has 3 one-year extensions. So the next time we go to bid is year 6.
So 5 or 6 years out.
Yes,
But there's no bar on Tiger bidding again, correct?
correct.
They're not barred. They can
Nope.
compete like everybody else in the next round when it's up for contracting again. True?
Yes, true.
Thank you. Thank you for your explanation. Go ahead and respond to that quickly, and I'll yield to my time to the rest of the council.
So just to that point, if Tiger comes in low again, maybe it's not 500,000 this time, maybe it's 200,000. What would stop another termination from convenience happening? What would stop that? If the bar is, I think Mr. Kim said I was difficult. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but if the bar to terminate for convenience is that subjective, then can Tiger Construction, can Union Carpenters, can we ever do work in Garden Grove?
Can I just add
Please,
information
please do.
for the council to consider? So Mr. Ahmed has admitted that he had no chance to work. We issued a notice to stop work 1 day after the contract was signed. And that's because the council approved the contract in June to begin July, but the contract was not signed until the 14th due to the bonds not being approved yet. So once the bonds were submitted, because those are part of a construction contract, then we started the internal signature. In the meantime, staff was trying to get the pre-construction meetings to not lose time once we start, the process. So 1 day of work, stop work, and as a closeout, we get a bill on the 18th for $242,771 for 1 day of work. That's about a quarter of the $900,000 that's allocated for this fiscal year. We responded by saying, you need to justify these amounts. The response was, okay, I have $32,000 I can justify, but we need to go through $202,000 of dispute resolution in order to settle this case. So every time you have a dispute, you have to stop working. You cannot continue working on any contract when you have a dispute. I think that this is a situation, and it's an example of only one of the items that we're dealing with.
Can I please respond to that, sir?
Quickly, I don't want a longer discussion because we're not litigating this issue. We're just clarification, giving you an opportunity to be heard and maybe to come back in the next round. Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so to the notice of change, right? So that came by an extra contract item being asked. So when we bid the work, there was no request for a detailed work plan or a submittal process in the bid. So when you ask us to do something that's not in the contract, we have to send you a notice of change, right? And the way that contract is written, you have a 15-day period to submit that notice of change, or you waive your rights. We waited the 15-day period. We heard nothing from anyone. We had to submit that. Any contractor would do that. If you move this to CT&T or any other contractor, if you give them a change that was not in the original bid item, any contractor will submit a change. Now, that being said, that amount is meant to be negotiated. That's how a change process happens. You do the change, the parties confer, and then you find an agreeable amount.
Our contract stipulates that there is no change until both parties agree and sign. That's when we have a meeting of the minds and we can move forward.
I understand that point. Thank you, Attorney. I see there's not a meeting of a mind. I'm trying to go for some information for the edification of the rest of the council. I'm going to ask you straightforwardly, and this is more for the council to make their decision. Would it make a difference if he withdraws the entire bill in its entirety? Or are you willing to do
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. And like I said, anything you guys need, we can do it. If that's what if that's what that takes to get this on the tracks, we're willing to do that.
I'm done. I let the council members ask or decide how they vote. He doesn't seem like very difficult. He's agreed to withdraw that bill.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Whether it be for-
No, go ahead, council member.
Well, coming to this conversation right now, we make decision based on the report from staff and what we learn for that 1 day or 2 day or whatever. So I am not sure if we could share, the not follow the standard or thing that the contractor did that the council member got to review before. Or if not, then we don't have to say, I do not know the protocol.
The letters and the communications between staff and the contractor, they're public records. You can discuss that if you want.
So I think from my point of view is that the first day when they did the work, they did not follow the normal standard. They bought the sign from Home Depot, whatever, just to put something there quickly or whatever. So could you give us a little bit so that the public, I know that you said it already in the public record, but we want people to see why we make the decision, based on the fact that we receive. So I'm not so sure if anyone, either you, Omar, or Director Kim could say a couple words about it.
My understanding is that at the pre-construction meetings, for some reason, they were ready to start doing work. And they were hanging door hangers, but they had no cones. They were not notifying Dig Alert 811 the way we normally do here in Orange County. And so staff had to stop that, teach them how to do the Dig Alert, which by law, you can't, that stops a 15-day period before you can do any work on the street until to give the utilities 15 days to go mark their utility lines. So that was just the beginning of the issues that we were having. And then we asked for meetings, and that original supervisor or person apparently was let go, and there were new people coming in. So, I mean, it's, that's just what started, the whole issue with, questioning whether, this was going to work in terms of being able to schedule our city crews with what they need to do with the contract that we need this contractor to perform.
Right, so that is one issue. And then the other issue was that they perform work, and was there any, because, like how we make a decision based on like what we need, we request them to do the work. And so did they get that request in terms of proceed to work? I'm just trying to figure it out.
So what happened was that because we were questioning whether they had the staff that was able to do the work per our contract, that's when we asked for the work plan, right? But by then, at some point, city staff decided, this is just going to take too much time. We already, at that point, were past the 15th, and the work was going nowhere.
If I can, quickly. I feel like this is going down a slippery slope here. I feel like we're negotiating from the dais, this back and forth. This is not a public hearing item. I'm going to ask that this is tabled for 2 weeks until we can maybe get some clarifying answers and questions. I think we all need to do a little more homework and our due diligence. I'm not prepared to vote on this item this evening. Can I get a second? Thank you.
I'll second too.
We have a motion and a second to table. Can I call for the vote, please?
For a date, sir, so it's a continuance.
2 weeks is fine. I just want some more time.
So be a continuance for 2 weeks.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Please.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Tran.
Yes.
Councilmember Dovin.
Yes, for the 2 weeks continuance.
Right.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Brigham.
Yes.
And Mayor Kloppenstein.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes to continue this for 2 weeks.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 14.
Item 14 is approval of an agreement with Healthcare in Action to operate the city's mobile crisis response team. And we have Timothy Throne here to provide that report.
Good evening, council members. Do you happen to see the presentation on the slide before I get started? Oh, there we go. All right, so the item before you is to consider the approval of an agreement with Healthcare in Action to operate the city's mobile crisis response team. One second while I get the clicker to work. Okay, sorry about that. So the Be Well pilot program was approved by City Council back in May 2021, and it became a permanent program in July 2023 when City Council approved Be Well's 5-year contract. The program has become a key component of the city's continuum of care by providing behavioral health crisis intervention and de-escalation services, homeless outreach and welfare checks, and case management and referrals to shelter and other services. And now I'll pass the presentation over to Sergeant Brown, and he'll go over the crisis team's impact over the past 5 years.
Good evening, Council. Since Be Well's inception in 2021, they've handled more than 23,100 services completed. Of those services, 10,769 of those were welfare checks, 5,991 were mental health responses, 5,358 were homelessness-related services, and 2,356 were community resource referrals. That equals out to roughly 9,192 hours of responding to dispatch calls. A vast majority of these calls were co-response calls, which I'll go over later on in the presentation, but to just kind of lay out how much of an asset Be Well has been to the city and to the police department specifically, Be Well has really allowed our police officers to focus on law enforcement related and law enforcement specific calls for service. So while we do have a largely co-response model with Be Well, the way the model works is that our officers can arrive on scene and make sure that the scene is safe, and then Be Well can take over and provide resources with their excess training and mental health response and the resources that they're able to provide. And so ultimately what that's allowed us to do is allow our officers to spend less time on calls for service related to mental health alone, and freed us up to respond to calls for service as it relates to law enforcement specifically. The overall savings of the program since its inception in police labor has been approximately $1.2 million.
All right, so in May, Be Well terminated the long-term agreement due to internal financial constraints and long-term operational sustainability. And I just want to note that the decision was not related to the city, the program quality, or the partnership as a whole. To ensure continuity of service, the city entered into a month-to-month agreement with Be Well, allowing for a smooth transition to a new service provider without any lapse in services. The temporary agreement is at a reduced level of service at a higher rate. So it went from 18 hours daily to 10 hours daily,
down to 10 hours daily, and then from approximately $93,000 monthly to over $107,000 monthly. The proposal from Healthcare in Action has a reduction in the level of service compared to the month-to-month BWell agreement, so it goes down to 8 hours compared to the 10 hours, but at a reduced rate of just over $100,000 monthly. And staff chose a service model that was close to our adopted BWell budget of $1,126,329. So when researching possible replacements for BWell, city staff looked for a partner that has positive local relationships and a compatible operating model. And our goal really for the transition was to identify a service provider that can maintain uninterrupted crisis response services while the program is pending long-term procurement. Healthcare in Action has an existing partnership with the city by serving as the service provider for Cal Optima's street medicine program. They have experience providing mobile behavioral health and crisis services in West Hollywood. They also have an operational presence in Orange County with established relationships with the county's healthcare agency and crisis assessment team, otherwise known as CAT. They also have the ability to support a coordinated transition with minimal disruption to services. And I'll just add that the Healthcare in Action team has been amazing partners through discussions and have been flexible in regard to building upon the existing model with the police department. So we are planning a phased transition to protect program continuity and to test the new model. So from September 1st to November 30th, BWell and Healthcare in Action will operate simultaneously. During this time, police department-led training, ride-alongs, dispatch integration, documentation procedures, supervised field operations, and performance monitoring will be taking place. BWell will also be helping with the training, so they'll be training Healthcare in Action during that time on ride-alongs and various trainings to assist with the transition. And full Healthcare in Action operations is anticipated to begin on December 1st. The remainder of the fiscal year will be used as a pilot implementation period, and during that time, staff in Garden Grove Police Department will monitor performance, operational effectiveness, response times, service outcomes, reporting, and public safety coordination. Staff will conduct an RFP in April 2027 for a long-term service provider contract and will return back to City Council in June 2027 with a long-term recommendation.
So next, I'm going to discuss the Healthcare in Action service model, and that model will include 8 hours per day, 7 days per week of resources provided. The plan is to have a continued co-response with the Garden Grove Police Department. And so to elaborate a little bit on the co-response as I spoke earlier, it is obviously imperative from a law enforcement perspective to make sure that the safety of the people that we are serving, the safety of the staff with Healthcare in Action, the safety of our officers are paramount. We want to make sure that everybody is safe. And so we will continue the co-response model and co-respond with Healthcare in Action as they're providing those services initially to make sure that the scene is safe and then essentially get out of the way and let them do their jobs. The model will be consisting of 2 associate clinical social workers and 2 emergency medical technicians that will comprise of 2 crews. Crew A will work Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Crew B will work Wednesday to Sunday during the same time frame, with Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday having overlap with both crews. The team will be supported by a licensed clinical social worker supervisor, physician oversight, operations management, and data analytics. Healthcare in Action plans to expand coordination with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, Crisis Assessment Team, federally qualified health centers, and the street medicine program.
Now, the fiscal year 26-27 total program cost is anticipated to be approximately $1,531,455, and that's broken down with approximately $539,000 going to BWell services from July 1 through November 30th, approximately $291,000 in Healthcare in Action startup costs, and then approximately $700,000 in Healthcare in Action services from December 1st to the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. The adopted general fund budget for BWell is $1.1 million. The identified funding gap is approximately $431,455. And the additional $450,000 appropriation that staff is requesting will be coming from the National Opioid Settlement Funds, which and the $450,000 would be the one-time startup costs, as well as approximately $140,000 in operational gap and $18,000 for contingency. Staff recommends that City Council dispense with the bidding process pursuant to Municipal Code Section 2.50.060, Section G. Approve the professional services agreement with Healthcare in Action for an amount not to exceed $1 million. Approve an additional appropriation of $450,000 and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement and make minor modifications as appropriate. And that concludes our report, and Sergeant Brown and I are happy to answer any questions that council may have. And also, I'd like to bring up to the dais Ben Casca and Robert Horner from Healthcare in Action to introduce themselves and answer any questions you may have about their proposal. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate the presentation. We obviously know the important work that we've seen. The data doesn't lie, and obviously this is something very important to the community and also a wonderful tool for our police department as well. I hope that we'll be able to utilize and see that same form of data as we move forward through the pilot and so forth, just because I think it helps us be able to wrap our heads around the work and what is needed in the community, and then to be able to share that with our residents as well. And then obviously I'm assuming that there'll be upgrades and potentially a different wrap on the vehicles and so forth. And so hopefully there can be sort of a rollout for the community to say, this is what you should be looking for, this is what who we're now partnering with, and just giving the community that opportunity to sort of interface with you and to understand who they should be looking for in the community when they see them following around with the police vehicle or so forth. They're out in the neighborhoods and so forth. So thank you for being here and your willingness to answer questions this evening. Colleagues, I'll open it up, please.
Madam Mayor, I do have some questions. Can you go back to the slide that shows the working together timeframes, 9 to 5? Here we go. And my question is, so 9 to 5, I'm assuming that's the peak hours but we do know these incidents don't always fall in the peak hours, right? Wouldn't it, during this transition, be prudent to have one of the units starting at 3 p.m. and going to 11 to give the PM watch guys some support as well? Because it looks like this is predominantly the day watch support. Wouldn't it be better to give them at least 3 days of support instead of trying to have everybody there at the same time, 9 to 5?
So ultimately, we chose an 8-hour model based on the current budget, and so we had several different models to choose from based on the amount it was going to essentially cost the city. And so we tried to mirror an 8-hour model based on the actual budget it was gonna take.
So it would still be an 8-hour model. You're just going to adjust the times for one of the companies.
Yeah, we were using peak data from the BeWell team. They provide us monthly reports showing what the peak hour times are. So the main peak hour times were 9 to 5, and it even sometimes brushed up to 6 p.m. So we were contemplating either a 9 to 5 or a 10 to 6 time frame.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
You know, it looks to me like this is a simple thing to do that could even help more of our police officers instead of just the guys here from 9 to 5 p.m. There's officers working 24 hours a day. It looks like it's a simple, no-cost solution that we could be exploring here, at least until we get the permanent thing, and we can even get some data on that. How helpful is it? You know, that kind of thing. So just kind of a suggestion.
And I would just like to bring up, I do think that the continued relationship between the police department and the city will help us kind of look at that data so that we can constantly evolve. So if we're finding that shifting the model is necessary, then we can come back together and shift if necessary. Sure.
And the only thing I'd like to add to that is I did ask Tim to pull all of the historical data from BeWell, so we actually had to get that. And so we coordinated with the police department to really identify, based on the historical data, when were the calls happening. So ultimately, these times were selected by the police department based on historical data, but we can definitely adjust moving forward.
Yeah, I actually have similar question with Mayor Pro Tem because I actually walk around and visit map the small business in the corner of Westminster and Brockhurst. And a lot of them said that in the morning when they open their shop, and that way, they found all this issue, or at nighttime when they close the shop and then people, doing things or sleeping or whatever. And then sometimes I call the, our team, SRT, and then they said we have to wait until the next day or something like that. I love the idea Mayor Pro Tem mentioned about, we stack and just check in to see, what data we're gonna get from. What was it before the Be Well? Did they have any shift that overlap like that, whether they do it later or early in the morning? Or did they have similar model?
So historically, they've had an 18-hour model which stretched all the way to midnight. But the caller data showed that really beyond 6 p.m., there weren't that many calls to dispatch in regard to homeless-related calls or even crisis calls. So that's really what necessitated this schedule, is because really the peak hours are, again, between 9 and 5, and they slowly go. I think it's higher in the afternoon, essentially. So like 2 to 5 is really the peak times to where they're seeing a lot of call volume. So I think we can, like Sergeant Brown said, we can be flexible in regard to that, and we'll constantly adapt based on what the data is telling us.
Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a couple questions for staff, and then I'll be asking the gentlemen from HIA. First, the National Opioid Settlement Fund, the $450,000 that make up the difference. Do we have anything left after we use that fund? Is there a balance?
Yes, we have approximately $700,000 in the opioid funds, and we're set to get those funds for the next approximately 8 to 10 years.
Okay, so if we don't use it, we lose it anyway, right?
Correct, and we've been allocating it specifically for the crisis unit because they handle drug use and drug treatment services. So they're really a perfect fit for those funds.
Excellent, really good news. And we're not tapping into general funds or any other resources. We're gonna have.
Not with the additional appropriation that we're requesting, no.
Right, and we still have some 300,000 left, even after the 450.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, to the end of the fiscal year, and then that funds is renewed yearly.
Correct.
So that's the best part. I'm really excited about that part. I did have a conversation with our director, Ursula, and she gave me a lot of answers before this agenda come. We do that in agenda review. So I only have a couple questions. Is that Sergeant Brown, good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. I know you're on the SR team, the captain and so on. And as a co-responder, you vetted HIA. You're very comfortable with them as a partner, and that they will take a lot of the workload of our SRT. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. I was very deeply involved in their standing up of the Healthcare in Action and the Mobile Medicine on Wheels. And they've been amazing. We worked hand in hand with them. And I've been extremely impressed with everything that they've done, and I'm really looking forward to this as well.
Excellent. So I'm very comfortable with waiving the competitive bid process, at least till next year. In a fiscal year, we can put in for it, we can renew it. But if we have other contenders who can also want to put in, it's an open at that point. So I'm very comfortable waiving that, and the funds are there. We want you to hit the street running, but as you know, that we have a extension for the Be Well OC. They're still servicing during their contract, and so there's a little bit of overlapping for your startup, and they're going to be phased out. And then you're coming in and you're billing just about the same amount as they are for the same period of time. So I'm also very comfortable with your rates. Just question to you is, what cities are you in right now presently?
Healthcare in Action is currently in Anaheim and Garden Grove for the Cal Optimus Street Medicine program. However, Healthcare in Action is in San Mateo County, LA County, Orange County, San Diego County, San Bernardino, and Riverside.
So you're in multiple counties already up and operational.
Yes, sir.
And this is kind of just an extension from Anaheim, Garden Grove. You know this area very well.
Yes, sir.
Lastly, this is a concern, but I don't think it's a legitimate concern. That is, we want people to get picked up and get to the services that they need. As you know, some people are service resistant. I know BWLC, they have mental health professionals. You have 2 social workers and so on, but you're able to address mental health issues also, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And there is no scenario where you are transporting anybody from out of county or out of Garden Grove and bringing them here.
No.
That scenario is not.
Nope, that is not.
There's no concern about
No,
that.
no concern there, sir.
That's it. I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Hello, hello. Questions for staff. Thank you so much, Tim, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Jeff, for being here. Really appreciate this. I'm glad that we are being really expeditious in making sure that there aren't going to be any coverage gaps for the community with regard to this service. It is something that our community has very much gotten used to over the last couple of years. When Be Well first was a topic of conversation for the city, it was still very much in its nascency, and very few other municipalities were kind of thinking about getting into this kind of response framework. And we've had very good feedback from our community with regard to that project, to that program, and they've become very visible in our community. Folks really recognize them. I want to echo the previous sentiments that would love to see an informative rollout coming out for the community to make sure that now they are aware of what these new vehicles will look like, what it means for them to be out in the community, because so many people in our community have gotten used to seeing Be Well out there. They recognize the blue vans. They know that they're out there doing the work to address this very pressing issue, which is one that I don't know if we'll ever be able to fully get a true grasp on as a municipality ourselves. We're just one part of a big framework that tries to tackle this issue, right? I would be remiss if I did not mention that I am slightly concerned that we are cutting back in terms of hours. If the data as we go forward demonstrates that this is what what is best, then the data will definitely show that. But I do want to make sure that I express a concern that I'm sure will also come up with our community as we're entering a contract that is going to cost more than the one that we were previously in for less hours. So that is something that is at the top of my mind, is making sure that we are addressing the needs of the community as much as possible. So do we know when we might be expecting a more formal rollout for the community?
Yes, so once we, it'll most likely be in the final month of the transition. So probably November is when we'll be doing the community, at least the community rollout and the PR related to the new team being introduced, so that they know what the van looks like, they know what to expect when services are rolled out on December 1st.
So my next question has to do with the modality of transportation of individuals that are treated. I believe that is one place where this contract differs from our relationship with Be Well. So could you guys go into a little bit of detail as to how that would be different?
Yeah, let me go ahead and I'll punt over to Ben over there to respond to that.
Healthcare in Action services many patients who are experiencing homelessness and many patients in crisis. What we have found to be a very successful opportunity is to use a non-emergent medical transportation such as Uber Health for folks who are stable enough to get into the Uber and then be transported to either a emergency room, crisis stabilization unit, a homeless shelter, or another service area. The EMT or the ACSW would go from that location where the patient was found and then arrive at the location where that person is being discharged to ensure the patient has the services in the continuum. What Healthcare in Action does not do is physically transport that individual in the van. That is not something that we are capable of doing with their insurance that we have currently. If the person needs a higher level of care that requires psychiatric hold or a emergency service, that would either be handled through the CAT team, our relationship with the Garden Grove Police Department, or EMS.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I do want to,
I just
Amy,
wanted to
sorry.
add that it was initially a concern because it was a change of service. But again, we looked at the data to try to understand how many transports were actually happening with Be Well, and it was not a significant amount, and we felt comfortable with this solution.
Thank you so much, Ursula. When we first started this relationship with Be Well and now with Healthcare in Action, right, one of the main reasons why we entered into these relationships is because we're also concerned about our law enforcement officers having to, split this double duty of having to triage mental health care emergencies, substance use emergencies, when we know that they want to be out there solving crimes and keeping people safe from violent attacks and et cetera, et cetera. So I do have that just small bit of concern if we're now going to expect them to also take part in that again. I want to make sure that our folks feel like they're also ready to be able to handle those issues and those circumstances as they arise. So Sergeant, would you be able to speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. We discussed this at length, and ultimately, yes, we want to get back out there and solve crimes and things like that. But ultimately, the transportation piece allows us to bolster our partnership with Healthcare in Action, make sure that the patient is getting the services that they need. We're getting them essentially from point A to point B, having a warm handoff to Healthcare in Action, and then going back to our city. And so, in that sense, yes, it does take a handful of more minutes, and it might take a little bit longer for us, but it's ultimately something that's not going to change a whole lot for us.
I'm relieved to know that this move does have your support. I believe that you mentioned that you're also a part of the street medicine team through CalOptima. So could you explain also to our community how your services through CalOptima and that street care medicine team differ from this specific type of program so that folks kind of understand your different capacities?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. That's a great point. The CalOptima Street Medicine program is for individuals who are available to have CalOptima medical Medicaid insurance and be a part of the enhanced care management, the ECM, the housing navigation, the CSS, and the PCP enrollment, so triple enrollment within the health plan. It is very specific within the CalOptima Street Medicine program that these patients are longitudinally held, meaning the outreach and engagement occurs, they get enrolled in the health plan, they get all 3 services activated through their medical insurance, and that Healthcare in Action provides longitudinal ongoing services for only the unhoused. If they're not unhoused, they do not qualify for this program with CalOptima. And then we have that panel, and like we all have our primary care provider, we are assigned to those patients, and we follow those patients through their entire journey in the healthcare system, until at which point they're stabilized and able to go into a FQHC or brick and mortar care, or eventually become permanently housed. So it's more along the lines of a primary care modality on wheels, where this scenario is much more crisis-based. The individual gets a phone call to the dispatch calls the Garden Grove Police Department, Healthcare in Action, and we immediately follow up with these individuals. The biggest difference is immediate care delivery versus longitudinal patient care in a more standardized medical environment.
Thank you so much for that. I think and I am asking a lot of questions, but the only other question is you are asking us to not go through with a formal bid process, and typically we would put this out for bid and have different people try to apply and go through this process of getting this contract. So just for us to kind of have an idea, how many other potential service providers for this type of work do we even have access to?
Well, we received the notice from Be Well. It was unexpected that they were canceling the contract. And as we had conversations with them, it was the overhead costs that used to be dispersed amongst more clients. It was no longer financially sustainable for them to absorb that as some of their other clients canceled services. we were challenged to find another provider, and Tim was tasked to look high and low, and actually initially we were really struggling to find anybody else who did this. And as part of that research, we learned that there are other mobile crisis response providers that were canceling their contracts as well. It is an expensive service. It is, so we then thought about Healthcare in Action because we were familiar. Actually, Tim found that they did this, the mobile response in LA County. And then we knew them, so we reached out to them and said, would you be willing to look at this? And so we had a hard time finding other service providers. Since then, since we've been almost finished with these contract negotiations, there's a startup that started to talk to us, but they haven't really done this before. So we had a hard time finding even a provider.
Thank you so much, Ursula. I just want to make sure the community knows this is something that is a really big task, and you guys have been very diligent in making sure that we are servicing the needs of our community in light of a very unexpected situation, and we want to make sure that our neighbors and our community is taken care of. Thank you.
If I may just add one more thing that I think is pertinent, because of Healthcare in Action's street medicine work, they have established relationships with the County of Orange that we think we can leverage in this case as well. And so we see that as a benefit.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
One second, yeah, but we actually, I think Councilmember, you've been waiting for quite a while, so let's go this way and then we'll work our way.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the great presentation. I can see that this program actually reduce the workload. The positive thing is that reduce the workload for our Garden Grove Police Department. So that might compliment. But I have a question. What happened when the situation that initially appears non-violent, but then become dangerous? Who decide whether the car is appropriate for healthcare in action rather than a police officer?
I might defer that question.
Yeah, I can take that one. Our dispatch will triage all calls for service, and then our dispatch will make a decision as to who it is going to get dispatched out to. And as I was saying earlier, we're focusing in on a co-response model. So ultimately, anything that Healthcare in Action is getting dispatched to, they'll be dispatched alongside a Garden Grove police officer or two, depending on the call for service.
Thank you.
Yeah, the change in transportation is, okay, I get it. But a follow-up on that. So now if PD has to drive, let's say we get an incident and you have to take somebody in for mental evaluation or whatnot, who's doing the paperwork? So is PD doing the 5150 or is HN going to be doing the 5150? Because it seems to me that it's not just a case of transportation at that point if it's not.
I think some of that's going to be dependent on which partnership Healthcare in Action has as it relates to the specific call for service. If it's necessary, the PD has to write the 5150 hold due to a lack of resources that are made available at the time, depending on what time is going on, then we have the capabilities of doing that. However, as Ursula was saying, they do have these partnerships with the Orange County Health and the CAT team, and that we're hoping to leverage, that they can essentially allow us to drop the individual off and they can write that hold and we can get back to work.
And it's been a while, but if I remember, Be Well, they had either an RN or a PA on board, and legally they can do a 5152, right?
Yes.
So is those same components going to be applied here?
Yeah, we don't, during our discussions, we didn't anticipate a longer time of call for service. Obviously, it's going to expand just a bit, however, due to the transportation issue. However, due to the relationships that they have with people throughout the county, we're not necessarily too terribly worried about who's going to be able to write the holds or anything like that.
And I do see the benefit both to the PD and to the community. Sometimes having trained mental health folks there is a better solution than having PD there, and it tends sometimes to not escalate things because people see a guy there with a badge or a woman there with a badge and a gun, and they get all especially if they're having mental issues already. So I do see this being a benefit to PD and the community because less uses of force, less, things escalating and, so I'm very hopeful with this. I know there's some other comments, but as long as we're moving it along, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Yeah, if I may just briefly kind of wrap up, because this is the first time that we've been introduced to you, so it's a bit longer than we would normally vote on an agenda item. So we want to get well acquainted with you. And I echo my colleagues that you come at a very good time for us. We're caught without services, right? Somebody cancels a contract and they have to be phased out. So you come at a good time. I understand the startup fee is a one-time fee. And if we renew your contract, there's no startup fee. So that goes away. But also, I like to keep our contractors long-term. If I vote you up, I want to be able to renew your contract 6 months or 9 months down the road versus open it up and then take your chances with somebody we don't know, or somebody who hasn't been in the field or been in the area, and then our police department, they're not going to be happy, and we're riding on them. They're the one that's really supportive and being your co-responder and finding the funds. So welcome on board. You got my vote. The only thing is that when it comes to renewal, please sharpen your pencil. And if you can give us any break, or we're price sensitive. We like to save where we can, and we're going to revisit all of the service calls, numbers mostly, and hours of operation. And you've already agreed to be flexible, to work with the PD and work on the service times for service hours. I know you don't have transport, so no ride-alongs for me. I can catch my own Uber Health. But thank you for your presentation, and thank you, staff and Sergeant Brown. Thank you, Mr. Throne.
I also had a question really quick before we move on. Thank you so much for the presentation. I am really big on mental health, and I'm glad that we're receiving these services for our constituents and the people in our community that are in need. I think my question is just mainly, I know that there's going to be a shift, 2 shifts. However, my question was, when we receive multiple crisis calls, what will be protocol to action when it's multiple calls at a time?
One call at a time, probably, realistically speaking. And I think our police officers it's a co-response model, so our officers are going to go out there no matter what. So there won't be any pause in services as it relates to the individual in distress. It just may take a little bit if Healthcare in Action's tied up or if both crews are tied up. And ultimately, we're in the same boat right now with Be Well. So they'll still be getting the services that are needed at the time right away from our police officers. And then once Healthcare in Action's freed up from their prior call for service, they'll come right over.
Is there still a partnership with the CAT team, the social workers themselves, with the police department, or is this separate as well?
This specifically is separate, I believe.
Yeah. So would we still be partnering with the CAT team as well if there's some urgent matters happening?
Councilmember, absolutely. If
Yeah.
there's an urgent matter that requires a more emergent psychiatric response and a 5150 hold, we would definitely be leaning on the CAT team for their support in delivering the services that they're best to deliver to the patient.
Okay, thank you. That is all for me.
Thank you, colleagues, for your questions and comments. I appreciate the presentation. We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Oh, there it is. Okay, motion received, 7 yes votes, motion carries.
Great, thank you.
Thank you
Thank you very
much.
much. All right, with that, we will move to item 15.
Item 15 is the introduction and first reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 8.72 to Title 8 of the Garden Grove Municipal Code to establish safety and security requirements for hotel workers. The ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove, California, adding Chapter 8.72 to Title 8 of the Garden Grove Municipal Code to establish safety and security requirements for hotel workers. And we have Deputy Director Greg Blodgett here to provide the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. So tonight we have an ordinance for hotel worker protection regulation, and just wanted to point out a couple things. Staff spent quite extensive time putting this together, researching different cities, including Irvine, Ontario, and Anaheim. And in addition, working with our hotels, including the hotels that were here tonight, which are major hotels, including the Hyatt, the Embassy Suites, Marriott, and others, and making sure this works for them too. So we spent a lot of time also with our city attorney, getting the final crafting of the language that works. And we came back with a scenario for this ordinance that's most referencing Anaheim's ordinance. A lot of reasons for that. We're in the same market, in the same workplace, so we want to be on a level field with Anaheim, so it's similar to Anaheim's ordinance. So I want to walk through some of the new things that are in this ordinance that would apply. So this ordinance applies to all Garden Grove hotels. There's over 24 hotels it applies to. The hotels that were here today were the Gigi Tidd hotels. That represents 3,500 hotel rooms, representing 10 hotels, which were all supportive of this measure. And that represents all hotels, $28 million to the City General Fund, which is very important to preserve that and have this worker ordinance in place. So the new ordinance applies, once again, to all hotels, motels, lodging establishments to ensure workplace safety for housekeepers and other employees who work alone. So a quick summary of the ordinance. It establishes new safety, security requirements for hotel workers, those working in isolated areas and alone. And the key requirements for this include those workers having security devices, including panic buttons, train response for personnel when employees are working, annual employment training and guest notification, and employee protections to stop work and leave and go to safe areas and contact law enforcement without any retaliation. And then also, as we mentioned, I think 3 hours of paid time following a threatening violent incident, and then also ongoing incident training equipment records maintained for at least 3 years. It also includes enforcement for penalties, damages, attorney's fees. It gives the city manager authority to implement the program, and applies to all hotel owners, operators, contractors, and also subcontractors. We put an effective date of this ordinance, although this is the first reading. We'd have a subsequent second reading of this ordinance in 2 weeks, but the effective date would be January 1st, 2027, to give us time to implement the program. I think we mentioned, as our GMs were here earlier, a lot of franchise agreements for major hotels already require some of these provisions, but a lot of our smaller hotels are unaware, and we need to meet with them directly and set up meetings with them to go over the new program to make sure they're compliant. And then overall impact of this enhances hotel worker safety while creating additional operation training, record keeping, and liability requirements for hotel employers. That concludes my presentation, and we open it to questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We have a question.
Yes, hi Greg. Thanks for coming, waiting very patiently to give us our presentation. It's a first reading, so I don't know if there's much to discuss, but I don't see any numbers. Are there financial consequences? Have we done, what are the costs, and where's those funds coming from? Obviously, if we pass this, the implementation is going to come at a cost, right?
In talking to some of the other cities, it hasn't been an expensive ordinance for those cities to enforce. There will be some costs for the hotels who are not already doing this, but as mentioned, about 2/3 of our hotels already have these safety devices. So the others who do not, they will need to purchase the safety devices. They will have training of their employees. So the cost is really coming at the employer, the hotels, to implement. If there are violations and complaints, the city would potentially have some enforcement, but it really isn't a big problem today, and we don't anticipate it to be a big problem in the future.
So what I'm hearing, not going on our ordinance, but other cities, because we haven't passed ours yet, is that the costs are going to be borne out by the hoteliers themselves, the 10 hotels we're talking about. If they don't already have it implemented, we are going to inform them of our ordinance, and we can enforce it by way of, say, a citation. And you're saying that most of these hotels, if not all of them, have the panic button, the equipment, this and that. They have the training. They can give their employees 3 hours or off or per incident or 3 days or whatever it is. But once we pass the ordinance, the financial impact is not on our general funds. It doesn't come back where we have to borne out the equipment costs and the training and the time off and this and that. That would be on the employer, the hotels themselves. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I like about this is it's a clean ordinance. It's specific to one item. You're not trying to compound pay raises and all kinds of other issues into it. It's simply about these devices. And, if you're looking for other things, well, we can do other ordinances, but this is specific to that. There were some complaints about only a $500 fine. The reality is, Garden Grove is a general law city. We're not a charter city. The max fine that we can put in place for anything is $1,000. And it takes steps to get there. Might be the first, second, third violation, depending on how it goes. So, we're consistent with that at least. We don't have the ability to fine 30, 10,000, whatever, because we are a general law city. So, I'm really, really happy that we're making these businesses keep their employees safe. It might not be enough for some people, but having those panic buttons, if you're the maid, and somebody comes up to you aggressively and you can just push a button and you got security running there, that's a great thing. I get there's security that's coming, but quite frankly, in many of those cases, that's going to be, and if things escalate it beyond what security can handle, security is able there to keep the maid safe, plus call the police, and the police can come deal with it if it's escalated beyond what the security can handle. So no, I think it's great that they have those panic buttons. We discussed it with some of the different hotel folks, and they the ones that have implemented it were already happy with it. They were very happy. The employees were happy. This has nothing to do with petitions that were being sent around. This is stuff staff has been working on for a while. It does kind of coincide with a petition that was going around recently, unfortunately, and so some people are maybe confusing what this is. But with that being said, I'm really supportive, and we should have did it a long time ago.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. For me, the safety of the hotel worker is essential, very important. So I want to second it.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Sure.
Yes, so I have a question. I do have a suggestion for a friendly amendment. So my first question is, we got a letter earlier today from the folks at Unite Here who are here present with us. One of the issues that they raised was a question of statute of limitations. Omar, could you speak to us as to why there would be no mention of a statute of limitations in an ordinance such as this one?
The Civil Code already provides, actually, the Code of Civil Procedure of the State of California already provides that violations of statutory provisions is a 3-year statute.
So it's already ingrained in law. Putting it in the ordinance would kind of be a futility.
Well, it's not futility, but we're just repeating what state law already says.
And as George likes to remind us, we're a general law city. But kind of to go further with some of the things that I noticed that I want to thank the folks from Unite Here that are here present and came and shared their perspective and reached out to us through their communication. I do want to express that I am concerned about the 3-hour max for workers when they have to report an incident involving a violent action or threatening conduct to a law enforcement agency. The 3 hours on the date of the incident is something that is concerning to me, in that when you suffer through violent incidents and you have to go through the process of giving your police report, talking to law enforcement, having any follow-up interactions with counselors or other advisors, this is not necessarily a situation that will wrap up neatly in, I guess, a 3-hour time frame. And should something happen to a worker at the beginning of their work shift and it rise to the level of incident that would require more than a 3-hour interaction with law enforcement or other individuals, it's bad enough that they would have had to go through a painful or horrifying act to then be capped at a PTO of only 3 hours. Sadly, that is a reality for folks that are here, and that is a safety concern that I would be remiss if I did not express for the members of our community, and especially for women. Because oftentimes our interactions with law enforcement, with any other follow-up care after an incident, would be such that it would tie up more time. So my question to staff would be, how would we be able to proceed with amending this specific subsection? And it's section 8.72.030A.
You move it subject to those changes.
Now, my proposal would be subject to what their regular working hours would be. So, because I do think, like, if you just entered a shift of work, something happens to you then, you're in a situation where you're stuck with more than 3 hours of having to deal with law enforcement, you've lost your day.
8 hours sounds good to me.
I mean, relative to
make the
the
motion,
shift
I'll
of
second
work. I would like to make a motion to approve this ordinance with the amendment that we change the 3 hours to the length of their workday.
What if the incident happens on hour 6 or 8 of 9?
You pose an interesting question there, Omar.
I have a question as well. The whole intent of this ordinance is to prevent a horrific event from happening. So if it's working well, the button is pushed, security comes, and it prevents a crime from happening. And so the reporting to the police is under that scenario, I think, envisioned in this ordinance. If a crime's actually committed, which means the button was not effective, I think it's a different scenario. And I don't know what sort of protections are available to somebody who suffers a crime at work, but I guess I wanted to understand that distinction.
Because the point of this is they're taking time off of their workday to have to report something that happened to them in the workplace. So if you're a woman and, God forbid, the unspeakable occurs, there's only one facility in Orange County that can service you for the necessary next steps to go forward with any kind of investigation. So I think it makes sense that we are able to provide coverage. Yes, I understand our intent here is prevention. That is our ultimate goal. But we cannot prevent everything, so we must be ready for the situations where that does not occur, and be as fair as we can be in the spirit of this for the situations where we're gonna need more than the 3 hours because something happened when they just clocked in. And to me, that just seems fair.
May I ask, so what's the methodology, or how did we get to the 3 hours to begin with? Is this something that hoteliers, is this standard?
Yes, and-
Across all, like, so there's parity across multiple cities doing this?
Yes, correct. Our other cities and our hotels were in agreement with the 3 hours, and the hotel attorneys had looked at the language too, and we're okay with that too.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to propose, because I agree with Councilwoman Aristagi, 3 hours, if the worst happens, is not even gonna scratch the amount of time it's gonna take you at the doctor, at the hospital, and let alone reporting it to the PD, all the, so honestly, just stick to an 8-hour time frame. Just make it 8 hours, and we don't have to. If it happens late, then there's an 8-hour period. If it happens early, you're covered for your shift. Let's just make it an 8-hour period instead of 3, and that gives the benefit of the doubt. That gives the employee time to deal with things, and I'm sure the hotel can absorb. Again, this is preventative, as has been said. Hopefully nothing ever happens, and likely with these buttons, it won't, because you're gonna have help there before, but you could still be assaulted physically in other ways, right? So, things can happen fast. So, yeah, I say, I agree with you. I think 8 hours, I know sometimes you're at the hospital, when I was a police officer, we'd be there with the victim for 6-8 hours sometimes, just at the hospital, right? So, so I would just recommend we move that, change the number from 3 to 8, and move on.
Okay.
And I'll second your motion.
Thank you, George.
There is one more change that I would recommend that you make, and that is on the title of the ordinance, simply to make it match what's on the agenda.
So
we had made some revisions and the revisions didn't make it to the agenda, but the agenda title is fine.
Yes, and if I may read that revised ordinance?
No, we just revised the ordinance to what the agenda is, the same title is in the agenda, and that way, when it comes back, it's already been introduced.
Yep. I need this a little better before I vote it up with the amendment. I want to understand very clearly what this 3 hours we're talking about, what page, and how does it apply?
Page 4.
Okay, so this will be on page 526 of the packet, and it's section 872 of 30 of the ordinance.
Okay.
Page 4 of 7 of the ordinance, sub A, and it's basically the second line. And it says a hotel employer shall allow a hotel worker sufficient paid time not to exceed 8 hours per the amendment on the date of the incident to report violent or threatening conduct to a law enforcement agency and to consult with the counselor or advisor of the worker's choice.
Okay, here's what I'm reading. The employer can reimburse or take care of it up to 3 hours, no more, from the time of the incident. This ordinance says the reporting should happen within 3 hours. That's my reading. From real life knowledge, we know that sometimes victims don't report crimes right away. There's a delay. Even the attack, the assault, the crime has happened. Doesn't necessarily mean they push that panic button. You see? the crime has happened. There could be 3 hours or 8 hours or even days delay before the crime gets reported. Then the employer is going to say, well, you're not covered. We can't pay you the 3 hours or 8 hours because the reporting is outside of that 8 hours. And the ordinance says they can only pay you up to 3 hours. So the 8 hours sounds like a good extension, okay? The 3 hour, I don't agree with 3 hour. It's too short a window, but is the 8 hours sufficient?
Yeah, so what this provides, it's either the 3 hours that's currently in the draft or 8 hours per the amendment. And that's because it's, I think we expect that if someone is attacked, they will push the button and there will be a report at that time.
Okay.
You know, if someone doesn't report something, then, you know, the ability of police or anybody to gather enough evidence to get
Okay.
a jury, you know, beyond reasonable doubt to.
Last question, and then
Yes.
I will either amend with my colleague or propose a different number. What is a typical shift? Is it 8 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours? Do people work 10-hour shifts? If they do, I want a 10-hour. I don't want 8 hours. Do people work 8 hours or 10-hour shift? Typically, why, if we're going to extend it from 3 to 8, I'm more comfortable with 3 to 10. Give them 10 hours or even 12.
You can't force someone to be a victim.
That's 8 hour shift is a normal shift for the
It's usually 8
coworkers.
hours with an hour lunch, right? So you're
8 hours.
at work for 9 hours. But I don't know, every business could be different, right?
I'm thinking, I'm not very well versed in overtime law, but I think employers have to start paying overtime after 8 hours, so it's probably what dictates the 8-hour shifts.
Okay, so do we want to cap it at 8? I'm good with 8. I'm just trying to think, as long as we're extending from 3 to 8, consider 10 or 12. But if you think 10 or 12 is not the standard and we don't need to, then let's just keep it at 8. I'm good with that
Just
amendment.
modify it to say their normal workday instead of a number. Not to exceed the hours of their normal work shift. How's that? Can we do that instead? And that way it covers it if they're on a 10 or a,
As long as it's ascertainable and it's not vague.
yeah.
Sorry, I just read what it said here, right? 3 hours on the day of the incident to report, and that's it. Like I thought the 3 hours just for them to report whatever else that is something happened, and there will be more hour if they need, treatment or whatever. I thought that would be follow on. This one they just say that they give up to 3 hours to report the incident. That's what it said right there.
That's where that would trigger this. So they have 3 hours. But like I said, we can't force them to be a victim. If they don't want to report it, you can't force them.
Right. But what I'm saying that, they said, that, okay, you get 3 hours to report that. Like, if anything else you need, that would be more to it. So this is what just tell the hotel employer that they have to give the employee up to 3 hours to report that. If the incident happened, they have they got hurt or whatever, that would be additional, that would be something else. This is we just say that the employer give the employee up to 3 hours to report.
I just want to clarify, it's there's an and.
Thank
So
you.
it's up to
Conjunction.
3 hours or 8 hours or whatever we decide on the time to report the incident to law enforcement and to consult with a counselor or advisor of the worker's choice. So it's not just to report, it's also
Report.
to
So then to the end of the workday.
to go to an advisor, a medical provider. There's an and in there.
So would it be to the end of the workday? I don't know.
If they
So
start
then
the shift
6
late, the end of the workday is just an hour from the time of the incident. So I'd
Yeah, I see
just
what
keep
you're
it
saying.
at,
Just keep the 8
just keep the
hours.
8
Yeah,
hours.
I think
agree.
it's,
Yeah,
I think
it's
the 8
better.
hours is gonna be fine because
Yeah,
it's
it's more
preceded by
clear.
the word sufficient and not to exceed. So they have that window of that discretion. So I think that Councilmember Wright, again, 8 hours is a nice standard workday period. And I think if my colleagues feel comfortable going forward, we can go forward with the motion to amend with the revised title and to make the amendment to section 8.72.030A for the 8 hours.
I'll second it.
All right, so we have a motion and a second with the changes made. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, that takes us on to matters. Item 16.
Item 16 is the discussion on food truck regulations as requested by Councilmember Aristegui.
Hello again, everybody. I want to thank everyone that came here today and spoke on this issue, all of the food truck owners that have been reaching out to us over the year, really, and letting us know what they've been feeling and experiencing through their regular course of business. I would like to really say that as we've been having these discussions and listening to our residents, it seems that the biggest pain points have been this issue of time, of what is a reasonable time for our trucks to be out and stationed while they're conducting their work and producing fresh hot foods. And the other issue seems to be the issue of location. And I have some subsections of the codes that our staff has shared with us that I would like to tackle. And but I'm curious to hear from staff what their perspective is on the oversight on food truck regulations.
Just from a high level, so food trucks are allowed in all our zones on private property. There are some restrictions on some mixed-use areas, but they're allowed on all of these zones in the city except for the open space and except for public right-of-way and parks. Okay. For the public right-of-way, these are the mobile vending, and because they are using the street in public places, we don't currently allow them to just stop, set up shop, and basically create a commercial space out of our public right-of-way. So that's what the regulations do, and that's why if you're a truck, like an ice cream truck that can use the public right-of-way, you make a safe stop because you also have to comply with the vehicle code. Your vehicle code has separate regulations that say you can't stop within 15 feet of a fire station, you can't stop within so many feet of a crossroad, and so if they can safely stop, they can sell their wares or food or whatever, but they have to move along because the right-of-way is for traffic. It's for for transportation basically. And that's the regulations that we currently have on the books. So if we're going to think about allowing or setting up separate areas within public spaces, like our parks and the public right-of-way, then that's what the council needs to make a decision. Are we going to allow them in every street, whether they're 30-foot streets, 60-foot streets, secondary, primary streets? I can tell you we're not going to be able to allow it in the freeway. Caltrans is not going to allow it. So that's just a high level, and that's just a summary with the regulations we currently have in place.
Thank you so much, Omar. And of course, we don't want a food truck serving food on the 22 off-ramp. I think I speak for all of my colleagues when I say that's not something that we would move. But I do think that there are parts of our code that could use some clarification and some updating, especially for the community, because some of the issues that we've heard from our food truck vendors have been concerns over the regulation in private spaces. And we know that sometimes they might get called on. Code enforcement will take action when they receive a call, when they receive a complaint. But we also want to create an environment where our food trucks don't feel like they're being targeted and they feel like they can still conduct business. And I think providing that clarity for them as to what places and spaces are those where they would be able to conduct their business, I think would be very helpful for us going forward, because we do have rules about food trucks in our R1 residential zones, as well as some of our high density zones, right, our R2s and our R3s, and certainly in our commercial and mixed use. But I do think that we need to have some clarification with regards to some of the redundancies in terms of the location, because our code says that vehicular vending, it will be allowed in these spaces, and then says that it will be unlawful if that vehicle is either parked or stopped or standing upon public or private schools or private or any property zoned for parks within those specific areas. And I think to what some of our schools would like to do, like I would hope that our schools, when they're doing games and things like that, aren't acting unlawfully if they want to invite a food truck to, come and, serve tacos during the football game or something like that, right? Or now that we have our Civic Center Park that's going to be opening up soon, which is designed and intentionally has platforms on it for us to be able to activate them for food truck use, that we also wouldn't be violating our own laws by having them there. And having clarity as to when them being there will require permitting, so that we make sure that our partners in the district are in compliance, and we make sure that our folks that are in, church parking lots when they want to do their farmers markets and do all the things like that, understand what it is that they need to do and what steps they need to go through to be able to have these vendors there.
I think we need to really look at the way we're doing things as far as food trucks go. Like I said last meeting, it's a new world. One qualification, Omar said that on private property they're legal. That's not necessarily true, because there's laws that businesses have to maintain so many parking spots in their parking lots. And when you have a food truck come in and take up 5 or 6 of those spots, they're no longer having adequate parking. So that's partially true, but they are also violating the parking laws on, like the one I spoke of last week, where they were very under limited parking and they have a food truck in there and the city's giving them the okay to do it.
Yeah, and there are other regulations too. Obviously, they have to comply with the health department regulations.
Yeah.
There's also certain regulations that we applied, like for fire safety. It's pulling electricity without permits. I mean, there's other regulations that would apply once you have a stationary, truck.
But with that being said, there's a lot of things that get nuanced into this, and this is a big bite. This is not something we're going to sit here and discuss tonight.
Oh, for sure not.
And I really like what I did with the tree ordinance. I met with staff personally. I met with you guys, get input. I sat home on my home computer, typed the damn thing up myself, brought it to the, get input from everybody that way. I think that's one of the best ways to walk forward, to move this forward. If 2 or 3 of us want to do a subcommittee and start, working on that kind of stuff, that would be good. I think this is going to take at least a month for us to even get the basics. And that's because there's so much involved. There's so many moving components to this. As Omar said, you've got to take into account, cars parking on the side of the road. Well, is that going to be something that we're, are we going to have, freeways, like you said, just all the different components. Plus, there's some areas of the city that it's probably not convenient for food trucks, just because of, like the hotel area there. It's probably not going to be easy for that kind of a thing. And lastly, there's a lot of criminal activity involved in food trucks, and we need a vetting process. And again, not all food trucks are nefarious. It's nothing. That's not what I'm saying. but there are a lot of them run by organized crime. And so we got to make sure that we're not bringing that application in too, where they force an elderly couple to run their food truck and they take all the money. So there's a lot of things that go into play, but it's something I don't think we're going to be able to kill right here, right now. And I do think we probably might even want to do a closed session meeting with everyone to get input. And, you know, I know we're going to have to get more input from the community. We had some of the vendors here and they all made great points. You know, they're just trying to make a living. And then we need distance from, you know, what do we think is a good distance? How far should they be from a retail restaurant? You know, I know LA had an hour thing. They would let the food trucks park for an hour. And that was maintained pretty good. Then you had to move along and you had to move at least 3 miles away after an hour, right? How far do we think they need to be from a restaurant? That's, I think we all probably have differing ideas, but I'm sure we can come to a consensus. Is it 100 yards? Is it 100 feet? Is it, you know, definitely not in the parking lot right in front of a restaurant, right? I mean, I mean, so we got to protect our established businesses as well. So we got to be careful.
Yeah, I definitely, want to make sure that we hear from folks, and I do agree with you, George, because this is a very huge, statutory kind of logistical behemoth, right, for us to take on. But I'm certainly in accordance with you that we need to have continued conversations about this so that we can really take a look at our code and how it is functioning right now so that we all have an understanding of it and we feel comfortable talking about it. I would also like to see a report from staff that would allow us to kind of compare and contrast what are some of the existing ordinances within our surrounding jurisdictions so that we understand what is the culture of this type of food establishment within our region, right? So that we're not somehow behind the curve in terms of what's already kind of like the norm in these industries, or also that perhaps that we're not overstepping in certain regards, right? We want to make sure that we're taking a fair and balanced approach to this. So I would like for staff, if we could continue having these conversations. Of course, I want to continue having input from my colleagues, but I do think that we need to have a more involved kind of study session to really look at the language, to make sure that all of us have a good grasp of where the laws currently stand right now. I think it's good that we kind of got a nice little digest here of how the laws are currently for us, but I think many of us have thoughts about maybe how we would want things to change. So I think if we would continue this conversation, we can agree to have a more discourse, but with the knowledge that we're going to continue having this conversation, and we're not going to, we just can't, we're not in a position right now where we can direct you guys to make a specific type of ordinance with any type of specific language.
City Manager, did you have a comment?
Yes. Councilmember Aristega, I'll be happy to look into some research on behalf of the council, following your direction to kind of see what's happening in Orange County in general. Let's start with that. I'd rather start with our gateway cities, the cities that touch Garden Grove, to see are there any food truck codes that they have within their city limits and regulations that are different than our city. And then are there any other very activated food truck areas outside of Orange County that are very, focused on the foodie scene? Our foodie scene is very unique. It's our little Saigon community. It's our, it's very diverse. And so I am also very protective of our brick and mortar because our businesses, our entrepreneurs, our property owners do put quite a bit of investments in our commercial retail strip centers, and so a lot of our businesses rely on that as well. But I'm also sensitive to our small business entrepreneurs, and maybe it's a combination of, maybe it's initiating a small business program to bring our food truck businesses into a brick and mortar space, and that's the combination. I don't know what the right answer is, but let us do a little bit of research and bring you back some options. This is in the niche of economic development, And that's one of the council priorities is to support our small businesses. But let us see what other cities are doing first. Pause, give you some information, you give us, we'll report it out, give us additional direction, and we'll work from there. And it may ultimately defer back to the Mayor Pro Tem model, where maybe one or two council members, you take the information and we made a hybrid version, and you give us some additional feedback with your respective red lines, and we'll take it from there, so.
Yeah, and I'm willing to put in
Yeah.
some hours because quite frankly, it sounds to me that staff is pretty burdened with work right now. And if we rely on that, I'll be gone. You might still be here, but I'll be gone before we get this accomplished. So we might have to roll up our sleeves and do it ourselves.
I have a few
And
other
then I'm happy to
questions.
do this with you, George.
Cool, I've got a few other questions. Cindy, go ahead.
So first, just want to say thank to Councilmember Aristegui for starting this. Because if you didn't, I was gonna ask the same thing. Because right after the first day that the business owner came here and spoke, we stayed back and we talked to them. And I actually went to their food truck and talked to them. So they actually have a nice place where that they park inside a parking. In my district, on Chapman, right in front of Hare Park or near the library, there's a food truck there every night. And there's another one at the corner of Lamson and Broker. That one I got the resident complaint about because it parked on a smaller street, and sometimes people turn, they couldn't see, like the people were walking to the food truck, and it was there for forever, like for many hours. So when we heard about 10 minutes that they have to move, we just want to know what is it, like is there something that we need to change the code? But the more we look into that, it was not the case, it was because there were different scenarios. So I would love to work with, the team member here or the council member here just to see what is the best way. But yeah, it affects my district, and I would like to get more information and see what the best way to handle that. That's it, thank you.
Thank you so much for, if I may, is that okay? I'm sorry. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. I know this is something that has came up several times in our public comments, and I think it's very important that we changed some of the things that were the norm back in time or have changed throughout the years, and it's very unfortunate for some businesses that do food trucks that have to abide by these rules, especially when they have hot stoves and equipment on for several hours, and then thank you so much. Like I said, I do agree it's gonna take a lot of work, and I am excited for this investment because it's gonna be helping a lot of our businesses in our community. And like I'm aware that a lot of food trucks in our city are recognized by people out of our city. As I work in different districts out of Garden Grove, I've witnessed that as well. And I think it's very important that we invest into something that is more relatable to the norm of our food businesses nowadays. So I'm looking forward to this, and thank you.
All right, I'll be brief, but I'm going to point to page 4, section 9.08.020.02070. Attorney can look, and the rest of us. Outdoor sales of goods and merchandise, R1 zones. A, vehicular vending, 1, goods, food, or merchandise may be sold or offered for sale from any vehicle that is parked, stopped, or standing upon commercially or industrially zoned properties, or on any site where construction is occurring. My question is, it should be may be sold or may not be sold?
Maybe, so it's permitting vehicular vending in those areas.
Including where construction is occurring?
Yes. And it's typical of, lunchtime when you're in construction sites.
Whose construction? Private or the city's
Private,
construction?
no, private, well, any construction really.
So if,
We
let's
have
say
food
our
trucks.
city is doing construction on a street, our city, Public Works Department,
Yes,
they can park there and vend,
yes.
okay? 9.12.020.070, same thing. A, the goods may be sold or offered for sale from any vehicle that's parked, stopped, or standing upon commercially or industrially zoned properties. Do they need permission from the owners?
Well, they do. Otherwise, they'd be trespassing.
Where does it say that, or is that just baked in?
Well, this is a zoning code. So the zoning code only identifies where activities can occur.
Okay, so you get a property owner says they're squatting on my commercial property.
They can ask for a trespass and they either, they can ask PD they can ask them to move along. And if they won't, they're trespassing and they can have PD.
But see, if I'm a vendor and I read this, and I don't think there's anywhere in here that says I need permission from the owner of that property. Where in here? Maybe I'm not reading it right. Where in here does it say you must have the permission of the property owner? Does it say that?
It doesn't say that because this is part of the zoning code.
Okay.
Title IX.
I'm a food truck vendor.
Yes.
I'm literally reading this ordinance. And I don't see where I need to seek permission from the owner. So I'm just suggesting while you're amending this, right? Councilwoman, Councilman, whoever wants to amend it, can you take into consideration, and you're the one that pushed that law about clear and not obscure language, right? Plain language, plain. Or anybody, like a street vendor, a food trucker, can read and understand exactly what they're expected to comply by.
I think we'd be amending the zoning, we'd be amending the ordinance, not the zoning code, right? So I think we're talking apples and oranges. We'd be proposing a new ordinance.
Okay.
And what you're reading is the zoning code, right?
Yeah, so Title IX is a zoning code, so those are sections of the zoning code that only
Okay,
identify
that's fine.
the zones where these activities can occur. For example, office uses, just because
Okay.
our zone allows for office uses, you cannot
right.
go on private property and set up your office.
I'm past my bedtime already. I don't want to go past midnight, so I'm gonna cut you off. Section 8.48.030. Look at A, the time between stopping the vehicle to dispense any item of food and the time the vehicle leaves the location shall not exceed 10 minutes. Isn't that in the zoning code?
No, that's Title VIII. Title VIII, it's public health and safety.
So that's not zoning.
No.
And I think there's a different vehicle code on that too as well.
Yes,
Well,
there
hold
is.
on,
I think it's a
hold
number
on,
in the vehicle
hold
code.
on.
It's actually listed there, 22,455.
I'm going to circle back to what city manager said. We are going to research other cities' ordinances, right?
Yes,
We don't have one in front of us. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. So when this agenda item comes back, it's going to come back with a sample ordinance or template that we can actually review with each other, correct? A proposed ordinance, right? Okay, because this is not what I'm reading. So the sponsors of this new ordinance, I don't know if we have one on the books, an ordinance. What I'm reading here is sections of a code regulations. I don't have an ordinance from Garden Grove City regarding food trucks, that's correct?
I think we need to give them direction.
Correct.
That we
But
would.
that's what I'm saying. We need to create an ordinance.
This item's just discussion.
The council
Okay.
needs to give us direction, what regulations you'd like
Okay.
us to bring back to you.
Okay, now I'm gonna give directions. In lieu of the fact we don't have an ordinance, okay, which is months out before we even vote it up or down, months out, right? I propose we suspend all citations. This is a proposal. Suspend. I don't want no $500 ticket. I don't want no $1,000 ticket until we pass an ordinance or we don't. If we don't, we're gonna suspend. I don't want anybody cited, and I want it as an example for all the cities. We are relaxing the regulations. That's exactly what we're doing. Wait. Let me finish. If by the end of this year or whenever it happens, and we vote up a new ordinance, either based on other cities' ordinance or unique own, or very own, that would be a model for other cities if they don't have one. So what you're proposing, a whole new, it's not apples and oranges, it's strawberries. We're creating a new ordinance. So everybody's gonna pitch in, give your 2 bits, and we're gonna write it up so that the street vendors or whoever's reading it can understand it and comply with it reasonably, with the terms and conditions that is not harsh, not 10 minutes. 10 minutes is harsh to me. So when I say you relaxing regulation, you're gonna allow for an hour or more. To me, that's relaxation of a regulation. And you know what that's gonna do? That's gonna open the floodgates. Now, I'm gonna make a prediction for you, for the Seoul Council. If you're gonna write up that new ordinance, and you're gonna pass it, every city who doesn't have an ordinance gonna bring their food trucks here. Is that what we want? Maybe that's exactly what we want. Are we gonna open that floodgate? Okay? And then once you give those rights, you create that ordinance, and you're enforcing it now, it's still regulatory. Are we gonna give out more tickets, more citations, or less? What we're doing with this new ordinance is to, if not encourage, support the existing food trucks. Maybe at the expense of the brick and mortar business. Okay? Once you pass it, you can't take it back unless you do another vote to revise it or to revoke it. Now you've given relaxed regulations, and you've doubled the number of food trucks operating in Garden Grove. And now you're gonna have a revolt from the brick and mortar businesses. Mom and pop says, you're wiping out my business. I just want you to take all this into consideration when you write up these new ordinances. I might not be here to vote for it, or maybe I will be, then I will weigh in, but I actually have confidence in my colleague that you can write up something that we can pass. What's the point if you write something up and we don't pass it? Isn't that the point? And enforceable. Until we get that, I propose, however the procedures are, is to suspend the citations. Suspend it. If we're gonna encourage food vending and allow them with a more relaxed regulation, you will see an explosion of food trucks. It'll double overnight as soon as we pass the regulation. Trust me. All right, I yield my time. Attorney, if you want to speak to it, go ahead.
I just want to point out that the council at the last meeting directed us to put a discussion item only. So that's what's before you. Try to be helpful by putting together all of the provisions of the code that we are currently in the code, which were adopted by ordinance, that relate to food trucks or street vending related to trucks. And so that's all we did, just to tell the council these are the regulations we currently have, and as a basis for your discussion, to discuss it and then give us direction. Whether to suspend, citations, that's not necessarily on the agenda, and it was not considered as part of the agenda. But we can bring it back if you want to consider such a program.
I would want to hear from our code enforcement department and get some input from them as to what would be the procedures and what that would entail, right? All of this has implications for their operations too.
Well, and also the city, if we're not allowing ADA access on sidewalks, the city would be exposed to liability under federal law, which is ADA. Which is why, you know, it is important. You know, a lot of these regulations that we currently have on the books are geared towards making sure that the public can safely use the public spaces, the public right-of-way, the sidewalks, and prevent, basically promote public safety.
City manager? Yeah.
And part of the analysis would also include some data as to current enforcement. So I wouldn't bring back any recommendation without the enforcement piece because they go hand in hand, so.
Is this something that, do you have enough direction, or do we need a clear vote of clarity on what we're actually asking you to do at this point in time? Because there's a lot that's just gone on.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna take it back to just the baseline, which is to get some additional comparative data for council. And if there are some cities that do allow food trucks, then their regulations are a little bit more focused on allowing them in different and certain areas of the city, I'll bring that information back. And if there are some cities that are more restrictive or very limiting, I'll make that note as well.
You can
And-
email that to all of us.
Yes. And then what I'll do concurrently with that is also, I'll have our code enforcement team also poll the cities when we gather the data, how's the enforcement been under those scenarios? So you'll have both the enforcement piece and the regulatory. So that's what I'm doing, and I'm gonna stop there.
I would actually like to move to go forward with that plan of action, if I could get a second.
Second.
Yeah, second.
Hold on, one point of clarification only. Because the co-sponsors of this new ordinance, you guys are gonna author it. This item is under discussion. I am discussing it. I'm within the context of agenda item number 16. This is the discussion. The discussion is this. We are going to allow vending on a construction site. You said liability. You said protecting the public. Omar, it sounds contradictory. If I'm fixing the sidewalk and you're parking there on the construction site when I'm fixing the sidewalk, how's that protecting the public? Okay? You gotta consider the zoning of it also. If we have to amend the zoning, why does it say here you may park in a construction site? I just said tonight I'm a general contractor of construction. Why would you allow that? Now, I can understand commercially or industrially, if the owner approve it, fine. Write that into the ordinance. Okay? That is my contribution to the discussion tonight. And you guys already second, let's vote.
Call for the vote, please.
Do a roll call vote. Councilmember Muñetón?
Yes.
Councilmember Dovin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tran?
Yes.
Mayor Klopfenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Destegui?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham?
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Thank you. On to item 17.
Item 17 is discussion and consideration of a draft ordinance prohibiting smoking in city parks as requested by Councilmember Muñetón.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for those who came out to speak and say their perspective on this matter. It's a smoke-free ordinance at a park. So passing this ordinance is banning smoking in all public park areas, including the parking lot. When I refer to smoking, I am talking about tobacco, vape, and all other drugs. California Health and Safety Code prohibits smoking within 25 feet of playgrounds and sandboxes. However, Garden Grove doesn't have a city ordinance that bans smoking in park areas, in all park areas. There is no mention of public parks in Garden Grove local non-smoking ordinance. The 2022 Garden Grove Park Facility Rules does not prohibit smoking across parks. Public parks are not listed in the city non-smoking areas under Garden Grove Municipal Code. 6.32.030. So some cities or in our surroundings have already banned smoking in all their city parks. Some include Santa Ana, Irvine, Costa Mesa, amongst others, the most recent Orange as well. This is a few of many. The current city policy only meets minimum state requirements. Families and children and elderly deserve to enjoy parks and clean air and safe environment, as well as parks share very close proximities to our schools and leagues as well. Cigarette waste contributes to litter and harm our environment. And then also secondhand smoke exposes still pose health risk outdoors. Lastly, the general public typically supports smoke-free parks, especially in places that children go. So I have also talked to the police chief in previous meetings to see what he thinks about this ordinance, and he says that this is a tool for our police enforcement, and he does support it as well. So I also wanted to mention this is a letter that we all got from one of our speakers today, and they went to the extent of getting an American Society Cancer Action specific reference as well to this ordinance in support. So I am asking for your support to pass this ordinance today.
Just, can I just clarify? Yeah, the matter came back as a discussion item, so it is not for introduction of the ordinance. I think that was the direction I got for discussion, because the council, at the time we first introduced it, had a lot of different ideas, and we needed clarification as to whether there are going to be any changes, any other recommendations. And so it's before you as a discussion item for you to give us direction. You know, you like it the way it is now, we can bring it back for introduction. Do you want to make any changes? If so, let us know so that when it comes for introduction, we've already had some discussion on it.
Omar, I think first, Councilmember Mungueton, thank you so much for introducing this item for conversation for all of us and wanting to take action on this matter. When we speak to the youth, they very much share the sentiment, and that's what I found with some of the young people that I've spoken to, is that they're surprised that this isn't already a law that is in the books for us, because this is a regulation that is so much of the norm in various parts of Orange County as it is. So they're like, wait, really? Like, this isn't a thing already? Like, I would have figured that this is something that we already do. So that was some very interesting feedback that I've heard from some of our local youth. And I think that it's important for us to, as a part of quality of life, as a part of looking out for the safety and health of our families, our children, of the public spaces that we're creating for folks to recreate in, and the long-term maintenance of those spaces, that we're mindful of the kind of littering and trash that takes place there as well. So thank you for bringing this forward. I do intend to continue supporting this ordinance should we continue with the discussion about this. It's common sense, because it's common sense.
Thank you for that. I do also want to add on that with our new parks coming into our city, as we are having these parks, brand new parks, this is just adding to our cleanliness, the health, well-being. I love to run, and I run in our parks, and it does take a toll when somebody is smoking secondhand smoke. Many people come to our spaces for the nature, for their mental health, for walking, and just having that quality of life outdoor, taking and enjoying the spaces with their children. Many times I take my children as well to the park. So looking into this with the lens of a neighbor, with the lens of a parent, with the lens of a teacher, it just makes a lot of sense for me to keep public spaces for our families and our neighbors safe, of smoke-free, and reduces that litter as well. So, like I mentioned, police would still, they would also play a part in it as well, as I read. And I talked to Chief in regards to how would we enforce this. He said, we still have priorities. Urgencies would come first. If this is something that we're able to go and cite someone for, we'll do it. But it is definitely a tool for us. So I think that's very important. Like I said, many of our cities are already implementing it as well, and I would really appreciate your support in this as well.
Any other comments or questions from anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've stated my position on this before, which is smokers are taxpayers too. They should have the rights to use our public parks also. Now, my colleague here, Yesenia, says quality of life, right? You have to take into consideration the quality of life. Well, a smoker's quality of life includes having a cigarette in the park or outdoors. Now, I'm going to save somebody's children in the park, but I'm not going to care about the children in the house, in the apartment, because they have a parent that smokes. And we had a speaker here who says, well, I told him to go smoke outside, so he's not smoking inside with the children. So where is he going to go? He's going to go outside, and the park is outdoors, right there. He can't smoke inside the house because he's going to give secondhand smoke to the children in the house. And then you're going to prohibit him or her from smoking in the park. Then he's going to go back in the house and give secondhand smoke cancer to the children in the house or in the apartment. You got a catch-22 here. You got citizen activism, yeah. Volunteer, go pick up cigarette butts. Not a problem. Do more of that. Last time I've said post advisories, and nobody wants to consider that. Post signs, advisories in the parks, please do not smoke around children, or whatever you want to post that we can all pass. An advisory. Now, smokers, don't go around trying to give people cancer. They're pretty considerate people. If you tell them, please put it out, you got kids here. I'm having a jog. I'm enjoying my quality of life. Can you move 20 feet away? Is that okay? Would somebody be offended? If they attack you, that's when you call the police. If they say, oh, I'm sorry, let me move. It will save us from passing ordinances that's overreaching and may tax our police force. Yeah, they're going to come out and try to give citation and help us out, of course. The chief's not saying no to that. He's willingly accepting that as part of police function, police duties. And I don't think it's going to come at a big cost either, but there's going to be some financial impact. And lastly, last point, I don't want to regulate every bad behavior. That's on you, the adult. If you're taking your kids out and they're picking cigarette butts to ingest them, that's on you to provide adult supervision. Children are not to wander in parks by themselves. It's against the law. They're supposed to be supervised by adult. Yeah, you can let them into the park and play. Doesn't mean you don't provide adult supervision. I haven't seen a smoker who says, "Oh, I have a right to smoke here. You move away." That's your right too. It says, you don't like my smoke, you move away. Why do I have to move away? I pay for this park too, with my tax dollars. So those are my arguments. I'm not against children. There's children inside buildings with adults who's smoking there, or they have the option to go outdoor and smoke. If it's near a park, you gotta prohibit them too and give them a citation? Who's going to protect the children inside the building? You're protecting children outdoors. I want to protect the children in the buildings too. I want to let those adults have an outlet to go smoke outside. And or vapors. You got young people who likes to vape. That's their quality of life. You going to take that away from them too? I'm going to vote this down.
Yeah, last time we brought this up, I was pretty clear in my response, and quite frankly, nothing's changed in my mind. There are already laws in places. Councilwoman Muñetón has spoken to regarding smoking in proximity to children's playgrounds, net areas. There's already laws in place when it comes to littering. You know, if it's again, it's a very minor offense, littering, but the law's on the books, and I would be hard pressed to know any police officer who's actually cited somebody for it. I can't recall ever seen it being done. It can be done though. Littering is against the law. So if you're throwing your cigarette butts on the grass at the park, you're in violation of the law already. I just don't see any new justification for imposing more ordinances and rules on something. I don't see, personally, I haven't seen a big problem at the parks when I'm there. If I do see somebody smoking, which is really rare now because it's kind of gone out of fashion, the only ones really smoking are the older folks and whatnot. You don't see a whole lot of young people like you did when I was young smoking. But if you do see somebody, they're usually way off in the corner away from everyone. They kind of self-isolate themselves. And, I just don't see an outgoing need for this. So with that, all being said, I don't need to repeat everything I said last time. I'll make the motion to deny.
Any other comments?
I was just gonna vote it, but since we just go around the room, so coming to here, I want to support the health of everyone, and so. But listening to Councilmember Cho Dovin said a lot of things that is correct, and also from Mayor Pro Tem, I still remember last time when we had it, there were people. The speaker came and spoke about their right in terms of being able to use the park. So I guess I have a change of heart. So.
Since this was a discussion, can we bring it back for a vote another time?
So the motion is, my understanding, the motion is that kill it, basically. It ends at this discussion.
What was that?
The motion is that it ends at this discussion. In other words, it's a motion to no longer discuss this matter.
I would suggest a friendly substitute motion to continue discussion of this matter to our first meeting in January 2027.
I'm going to second the motion to deny. Cindy already did.
We have a motion and a second to deny. Call for the vote on that first.
Councilmember Muñetón?
I'm puzzled.
Sorry?
We're voting on the motion from George to deny for the discussion of the item. So.
You vote no.
No.
Councilmember Dovin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tran?
Yes.
Mayor Klumpenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui?
Nope.
Councilmember Nguyen?
No vote.
Abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay. We have 4 yes votes, so the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. What? Somebody said, okay. All right, we're moving on. Anybody else for matters for council this evening? You want to go around the horn?
All right. I do have an issue I'd like to bring up, and as Councilwoman Aristegui has says, I like to say it a lot. So, I think it's time we explore becoming a charter city. I don't necessarily know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'd like to start that process. There's a lot of positives that I could see. Most of the negatives could be drafted into the charter to eliminate them as negatives. So what I would like to see is 2 years from now, 2028, that this would be something that we either decide to put on the ballot, because if we try to do it on our own, in between, it costs a lot of money to put something on the ballot. So you want to do it in the normal, voting times. So what I'd like to see, and what I'm proposing, is that the mayor select a committee of 7 members of the community. And they meet monthly with a member of staff selected by our city manager. And they go over the pros and cons of becoming a charter city, compile a report, and come back to the dais with a recommendation, one way or the other. I think that would be a good start, and get some community involvement. Hopefully we can get people from all over the city, particularly people who are probably more involved, that kind of thing. But that's kind of my proposal. I'd like to form a committee exploring the charter city application.
I would second that if that's needed.
I'm comfortable with that idea. Obviously,
Okay, so it's not on the agenda, so the
Yeah.
motion is to bring it back as an
yes.
agenda item.
No, I was going to say was just I think obviously we need to flesh out what that committee looks like and how that is formulated. But yeah, that's fine. So we have a
We'd be
motion
bringing it back next.
and a second to bring back for discussion. Correct.
Or for action.
I mean, I'm
next.
sorry. Action for a charter city committee. Is that correct? Correct? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote on that.
Councilmember Muñetón?
No.
Councilmember Dovin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tran?
Yes.
Mayor Klumpenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui?
Absolutely no.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bardigam?
Yes.
Motion carries, 5 yes votes.
I guess my next item is more related to what we discussed earlier today with GKN. I just, there's not much to say. I mean, we did get some new information yesterday where they're going to put out $100 million payment to the folks that were involved in get relocated. I heard my mic's off, sorry. I've heard some numbers being thrown around. Oh, that's only $2,000 per person, this and that. The reality is the vast majority, from what I'm hearing, just informally, have less than 500 in actual financial damages. There are some that have closer to 1,000, some have 2,000. There are some that are 10,000 and more, but the vast majority of them are going to be made whole by this, which is a great first step forward. But the reality is I don't trust GKN. I just don't trust them. At this point, it's taken how many months to get to here? And so I am really cautiously optimistic. I don't love GKN, but I'm cautiously optimistic that they're going to make this an easy process for the community to be able to apply, to get reimbursed very quickly, to not opt out people, but opt in people, as I think Councilman Dovin said. You know, sure, there's going to have to be some proof of residency or some different things that they're going to require, but make it as easy as possible for people, especially the folks that are only claiming $100 or $200. I mean, the reality is, you know, the vast majority of people, and I'm just going from my informal talking with folks, you know, it was 4 days of evacuation, you know, and some people were able to take their mobile homes out to the beach area or over to the Elks Lodge, or, you know, and some people, like my daughter, she got evacuated. She moved in with me for the time. She brought her cats, which, anyway, yeah, the cats didn't let me sleep at all for that period. So, but with that period, so she didn't have a whole lot of costs as far as lodging and stuff. She just stayed in her old room, right? So, and there's a lot of people, you know, in my neighborhood. There was a lot of family members who were moved in, and that kind of stuff. And some of these folks that were here earlier even said, you know, hey, yeah, we had to go stay with our cousins in Riverside or whatnot. Well, there's still money associated with that, because it took, you might not have lodging expenses, but you had to pay for gas to get back and forth. You had to pay for meals. And not everyone's going to hold all those receipts. So I'm really hopeful that GKN is watching this. They're going to make it a very easy process, especially for those people who are claiming under $500. You know, that should be almost a no-brainer. I think that's what they were given as gift cards initially, right? A $500 gift card. So, and they weren't even asking any questions, I don't think. So, but we need to make it very simple, easy. I talked to the vice president again last week, or actually a couple days ago. He basically was saying that they're going to have it on the website, and also so people who aren't computer savvy can walk in and get assistance. So that's a good positive step. But again, I'm very cautiously optimistic. There's still a lot that needs to be done. Everybody has a word they like to use, accountability. Oh, they're not accountable, this isn't accountable. But then everybody has different depth. When you ask them what does accountability look like, excuse me, they give you different answers. Some people will tell you it's about making everyone financially whole. Some people will say it's about making sure there's a safety plan in place. Some people, everybody has different ideas of what accountability looks like. So that's why I really hate that word, because it's so broad and generic. You got to be a little more specific. Financial accountability, $100,000 without having to go to court, that's significant. You know, I'm sorry, $100 million without having to go to court. That's significant. I'm not saying that's full accountability. I would really like to see a safety plan. How are we going to ensure that there is no more bomb back there? That is the most important thing to me. If they are going to resume, and I don't think they're going to be able to before next year. I mean, he seemed to think he could do it, but that's their timeline. He's got to deal with the state regulators, the county regulators, the federal regulators. I don't think he realized it's not going to happen by the end of September. I just don't see that happening. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a real timeline on their behalf. I think that's just optimistic wishes on their behalf. So we want to see safety protocol in place where there's no explosive device back there if they are going to open up. That's accountability. You're no longer going to hold 37,000 gallons of a bomb in a backyard. Okay? The other application, financial, the safety, the employees, the whole bit. So, and they're meeting. They promised a community meeting. It looks like they're going to do a series of them, but they won't give us dates, right? So that gives me pause. I'm not necessarily, if they can't commit to a date, oh, well, by September sometime or whatever. Look, we're 4 months into this. You should be able to do something by now. I mean, government works slow. Usually businesses are, right? And here it is, the government's trying to work fast and they're working slow. So again, that's just more pause for distrust. So again, I'd like to see them step up on their own without being forced to make all these things happen. But again, I'm cautiously optimistic. This was a good first step. And we'll see if the rest pans out. So with that being said, that's all I've got.
Thank you, Mayor. For GKN today, as I confirm what I said, we want to give them a compliment for make a progress. But we're not done. We're not done. We will continue press. We want to continue require for more financial contribution, compensation for our residents. $100 million is not going to do it. But they did make a progress. So we give them compliment. But we're not done. I want to make sure we are not done. We will continue. At the same time, not just about financial contribution. It's about safety. We are deeply concerned about the safety for our residents. So we're going to continue following them step by step, make sure they comply with the safety for our residents. I don't know when they're going to be able to reopen. They think they can resume by September 28th. I don't think so. But either way, we're going to follow them. We're going to make sure that they're going to follow and comply with all the safety policy, safety features that are going to make sure that our residents are protected. And that's my point. We only give them the compliment that they make a progress from $3 million to $100 million. But we're not done. We want more. We want more on the financial assistance. We want more on the safety feature. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're talking about GKN, and my concern or my top priority is still always about safety. So Council Member Philip already talked about that. I'm not going to repeat. It's already late. we still have some of the speaker here in the room, and I want to address the vote that we had earlier a little bit. Coming here, in the past, I used to walk to apartment with the some of the nonprofit group to ask the apartment owner to ban smoking in the apartment, and we ask for their support. We put a sign and we give the smoker the information for them to prevent themselves or to help them. So that's where my heart was. But then when, like I mentioned earlier, when listening to the council member Joe Dovin, and I agree, and that's how I have the change of heart. But I think we still, in a way that I don't want people that's smoking near my kid. So I totally understand Council Member Yesenia Munutan, had that in the agenda and want the support. But we want to make sure everybody is in the consideration. So couple of the item that I want to report. We had a free food distribution a couple of days ago. I want to say thank to our mayor for being there. We distribute 300 to 400 portions of food to our residents. And also want to say thank to Pastor John Rittenhouse at the Living Spring Church for providing the location. And also thank to Neighborhood Association member that came and support. And also the California band team member came. They were awesome. Everybody were happy to get the free item. The second one we did with a free backpack back to school. Thanks to Supervisor Janet Nguyen for donating all the backpack. It was more than, I think, 120 or whatever backpack that gave away. I want to say thanks to GGUSD for making this happen. Thanks to the principal for Cook Elementary and Brookwood Elementary for giving us the permission to do so. Congratulations to the OC Diocese for their 50th anniversary. They actually booked the whole Honda Stadium for people to come, and it was amazing kind of celebration the whole day. And then also want to say thank to Juan and Jose from the traffic engineer. So what happened, I talked about how we got better traffic, right? And then a couple of days ago, I was checking, and the traffic was stuck at that corner. So that I got panicked, like, what's going on? So I called them, and I said, can you check to see what's going on? Why is it that, we're not moving? And it turned out there was accident. So that was why everything got stopped. But I just want to make sure that we deliver what we said. And then last but not least, earlier we have a study about Little Saigon Project. This is something that I was super happy to hear about, what we moving forward. It's the first step, but so I shared this story earlier, but I just want to bring it up really quick so that for people watching, learning about it. So before the COVID, I was part of the teacher that from Cal State Fullerton, led by Dr. Natalie Tran. And every year we would have the field trip. So we would go to visit different museums, the Little Tokyo, Chinatown, like in LA and all that. And we keep asking, like, why can't we have a Little Saigon town or something like that when we have so many Vietnamese around here? And that was before COVID. And so after that, we learned more from our staff. Cal State Fullerton actually did the study and provide that. And then I reached out to Ursula and Lisa when we heard about this project, the Little Saigon. effort to do a study. What can we do? And I brought up here when we make the vote, and I said, well, we have the consultant, but they don't have any Vietnamese in their team. So how can they make a decision on our culture when they don't have anyone from that team? But during the process, I participate in the survey, Zoom calls, and I also came to the workshop, and I talked to them, and I hear the question from the resident and think that they have concern. And today, when we look at the presentation that they present, it actually cover or combine all that feedback. So I was glad that they were able to articulate and collect all the feedback from everyone. It's still a long way to go to make it become reality, but I think that's a hope, first step. So I know it's Ursula sitting right in front of me, smiling right here. But I'm excited because that's something that would leave a footprint, for the Vietnamese living here in Orange County. And, we were told 300,000 or more living here. And this could be something that actually put it on the map. When people go to visit Disneyland or somewhere out here, hopefully we'll be able to tap that. But I'm just excited because it's going to be something for many generations to come, if we could make it become reality. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to pick up where Councilwoman Cindy Tran left off, which is talking about the Little Saigon project. And Gensler, the architect and design firm, came back with a lot to show us their work, as well as Community and Economic Development Director Ursula have put together a PowerPoint slides, which will be available, I insist, expeditiously online for everyone who wants to study it. This fund was also for Fountain Valley and Santa Ana. So Gensler and our director Ursula will go and make their rounds to the other two cities and give their presentation, but it will also be online for everyone in and around Little Saigon, which I call Sans Frontières, no borders, borderless, Little Saigon without borders, because it's organic. That's the word I learned today to use. I'm going to throw it around a few more times before I put my mouth in my foot and get it all wrong again. Organic growth, yes. That means what? That means every single one of us, every resident, whether you're Vietnamese, American, Asian, or mainstream, Caucasian, Hispanic, Korean, Chinese, doesn't matter. You all contribute to Little Saigon. This is our town. And everything you do in and around Garden Grove and Little Saigon is contributing to an intergenerational project or a long-term development that will contribute to the diversity of our communities. We're just a very small part of the mainstream, and a partner and a friend to every other communities. So on this project, we focus on developing Little Saigon, but we're going to move beyond that to many other communities, because one of our priorities on our agenda item is to encourage and promote diversity, cultural diversity, including food culture, and many different ethnicities will be celebrated in and around our city here in Garden Grove in partnership with other cities of Orange County. So we're happy that Gensler came back with a lot. And Councilwoman Cindy Tran's right. All the work's not done. There's a lot more work to do. And we wish we had a bigger budget. We got to find the money, right? That's going to be my theme for tonight. Got to find the money. Well, we found some money with GKN this time around, and I'm holding their feet to the fire, as the rest of this council is also doing. Now, I happen to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham. I don't think they can get back into production this year, but if they predict that, that's their own prediction, and I will hold them to the timeline, September 28th, that the claims will be processed, okay? I want it fully operational, whatever they're gonna put on their website. Whatever process is available, it needs to happen in September. We're short on days in August, but it better happen in September. 2, 3, 4 months is a long time. You're right. Mayor Pro Tem is right. For government, bureaucracy, yes. For businesses, corporation, they can make these decisions expeditiously with a meeting of their board of directors or whatever it requires. But okay, give them the benefit of the doubt that they needed all that time to take care of business. We'll give them that the benefit of the doubt. Then they have to give us the benefit of the doubt, our residents and our applicants and our claimants. Screen in or opt in versus screening out, opting out. Give people the benefit of the doubt and adjudicate their claims expeditiously. And I think GKN will have to capitulate. They're under a lot of pressure. I don't want to be in their position. I don't think they're celebrating anything at this point. The DA decided not to prosecute criminally against them. We have no say in that. We're not the district attorney. We don't get to say prosecute or not prosecute. Todd Spitzer, the district attorney, is on the record saying they're not going to bring forth criminal charges at this time. At this time. I don't think GKN's off the hook on anything. And I am on the record talking to the press that this $100 million is not an end-all be-all. Councilman Philip Nguyen said he's not satisfied. When did he say that this is end-all be-all? This is it. That's not. But it's a good start, right? We've said as such. So while Mayor Pro Tem is cautiously optimistic, I'm a bit overly optimistic. And I'll take the blame for that. Okay? I'll take the blame for that. But I'm somewhat relieved, and I call it a measure of success because our staff, our city manager, she's smiling at me. She fought hard for this. Our whole council, our mayor, everyone in the city. So we catch a little breather. Can we not? Do we have to be like confrontational and all the time? Can we look for resolutions? Can we find ways to de-escalate? And if they promise to make things right, make things right. They promise a town hall, do a town hall. Until they do one, come here. Report to us. We'll ask questions. They'll have to give answers. Y'all come, speak. This is as good as a town hall. Use this forum. It's for everybody. It's for you. Everybody in this city pays for this forum. Use it. Including GKN as a good corporate citizen, and I hope they will be. I'm kind of with Mayor Pro Tem that we're short on trust here. But I'm not short on hope. No. And neither should you be. Now, until they can produce again, there is an effective moratorium. How long-term that will be, we don't know yet. Mayor Pro Tem predict probably outside of this year, probably first or second quarter of next year, maybe. And I'm in agreement because I haven't seen any incident report, final report. I haven't seen any regulatory bodies or agencies give them a 2 thumbs up, green light anything. So, okay, you think it's September 28? Make sure that all the claimants get processed and your online procedures to review those applicants. Make it happen in September. Then we'll talk about whether you can operate again or not. And I'm going to put eyeballs on them. I'm going to be on site. I asked for a tour, didn't I? And he said, anybody who wants a tour, come on to the facility. Put some eyeballs on it. Bring the media in. Put them under a microscope. Shouldn't we? Yeah. GKN is under the microscope, literally, yes. We're going to walk those facilities. We're going to check them out. We're going to make sure the employees there are safe. The people in the neighborhood are safe. That Joe Dovan ain't gonna get blown up when he walks GKN facility. Now, if I get blown up, you guys know what to do. Call HIA. So I'm just being realistic, okay? I'm being very, very realistic. I don't have any options other than being a pragmatist. And if I had a side, I side with the people. It's people above or before profit, yes. It's people before or above power. People over politics. I've said that as many times as it takes to impress upon you that you're my boss. Y'all are. I answer to you. I don't answer to GKN. I answer to you, the residents of the city. It's always people over power, people over politics, and people over profit. And I looked him in the eyeball and asked him, your toughest critic says, you put profit over people. Is that true? Look me in the eyeball and tell me. I said, no, look behind you. There's the proof. Now, I don't make my decisions based on the stock market. You want to base your decision on the stock market, whether the ticker tape's going up or going down that day? I vote my conscience. I decide based on what I think is best for my residents, my citizens here, my neighbors, my friends, my family. I think I'm setting a record. We've gone past 8 hours, marathon meetings. Let me take 2 more minutes. So last point, on GKN, yes, put some legs on your deadlines. I want dates, yes, of course. You can't just say, well, yeah, we got this 100 million, it's floating out there somewhere in the ether. I want to see it online, available for claimants and for checks to be cut expeditiously. Now, if we expend that 100 million, and I hear Councilman Philip Nguyen says that's not enough. Now, I'm hearing that from him, and I kind of agree, because we are going to expend this 100 million, see if it is or not. If it's not, what's going to happen, Councilman? We're going to demand more. We're going to fight harder. What? We're going to stop at 100 million? No. But it's a good start, and it might make a few people maybe not whole, but compensated to the point where they can get on with their lives. That goes for businesses too. Businesses that were damaged and need to be made whole. So, I think we only have 2, 3 more, maybe 4 meetings to the end of the year. So we can only do so much. If we need to not kick an item down the road, but to table it until we get more information and we're all more comfortable to vote on it, let's move it a couple weeks or a month or 2. Those issues are not going to go away. You'll get an opportunity to bring it back. Now, the votes that we had already cast is only one of 100, 1,000 issues that will come in front of this council. Nobody's going to win all the time. You're going to get some, win some, and lose some. And maybe you should try winning incrementally instead of all or nothing. I can't sit here and go for a moonshot. I don't have that luxury. I have to be very practical. I can't overpromise and underdeliver. I'm trying to deliver whatever I can, piecemeal if I have to. Take it in small bites. And maybe you can pull the rest of us along We're not the only leaders in this town. You are. The activists, the people who come and speak. You are the true leaders. You're the civic leaders. Not everything's riding on us. We're counting on you too. So thank you for coming and hearing us out and staying to the very end. And thank you for the media has provided coverage of these issues that we have to deal with on a weekly basis or daily basis. And hopefully we'll pull through and we'll be able to set an example for other cities too. We're not the only city with hazards, with hazardous materials, and GKN is not the only business with hazardous material. We got a lot of work ahead of us, so hopefully we can keep it all together and deliver results for our residents and hold our head up high and celebrate every little victory. You're not gonna get a big win. If you get a small win, be happy with that for now and fight on. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be really quick this evening. Just have one comment to make today. Both Ariana and I are very happy to hear the news of Main Street Pokemon cards. The opening was right here in our historic Main Street. We stopped by on different days, but I for sure enjoyed talking with the owner, Alvin, and getting to hear all about his story. For those Pokemon lovers out in Garden Grove, come on down to Main Street Cards for the best collectible trading cards. That's all for me to all. Thanks.
I want to also extend a wonderful congratulations on the grand opening to Alvin over at Main Street Cards. It's funny because I went to go get my brother a birthday present, and then my brother got me my birthday present from their shop too. So I'm very excited for my Mega Meganium. The girlies who get it, get it. If you don't, well, sorry, you are not cool. Quote me. So, first and foremost, I want to get through some official business before I get onto the real meat and potatoes of what I would like to discuss. I would like to invite everyone in our community to come and join us to the grand reopening of Woodbury Park happening this weekend on the 29th at 10 a.m. It is going to be a wonderful celebration for just this reimagining, re-envisioning of this park with its wonderful new aquatic center where we're going to be able to have a bunch of new lessons, the basketball courts, the skate park, the wonderful playground, which has been so carefully thought out to be accessible to folks with different abilities, with so many different sensory things. I'm going to be sharing some more updates about that on social media as we go on. I also want to thank Brian, who came and joined us from the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District Board and reminded us all to dump and drain because we are seeing increased numbers of positive testing West Nile mosquitoes in our region, and we do already have a confirmed case of West Nile in Orange County. It is very important to make sure that we're taking precautions around our homes. And I also want to make sure to share information about some treatments that are happening in our area. And these treatments are sprays that are being conducted by Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District to take care of those mosquito populations, which could be spreading this very deadly West Nile. And on some folks, they might get symptoms, they might not get symptoms, but there are chances where you could develop things like meningitis and other conditions. There's more information about this on the Orange County Mosquito Vector Control District website, which is information that we're going to be sharing, and we have been sharing through our city and also with Orange County Mosquito Vector and Control District Board. But they are going to be doing some spraying in the city of Garden Grove from Wednesday through Friday from midnight to 1 a.m. between the 26th and the 28th. And again, from Wednesday through Friday on September 2nd through 4th from midnight to 5:30 a.m. They do this to make sure that they're not spraying while people are out and while pollinators are out. There's a lot more information about these sprays on their website. and they will be posting notices in the areas that are going to be sprayed. These notices will have QR codes that you can follow just to check your address and make sure whether you are in vicinity or proximity to the spray zone, so make sure to check that out. Boy, what an eventful evening. Truly, what an eventful evening. When I first got elected, I had a little sit down with George over there, and one of the first things he brought up to me was his idea about us becoming a charter city. And, we see so many of our neighboring cities that are charter cities that are, going through quite a bit at this moment. And we're going through quite a bit at this moment. So it's very interesting, but you know what? I get it, George. You're on your way out, so you got to give it your one last go. I got to commend you, A, for effort. You did it, Joe. I do have questions for Omar with regards to what was approved by the majority of this council body with regards to the charter city process, this investigatory process that we're going to be entering into, what this commission entails, what would the rules be for this commission, and how would people get in this commission?
None of that was discussed. The only item that's coming back is a discussion of all of those issues you just raised.
Wonderful. So I just want to make sure the community understands that those are the discussions that we're going to be entering into, what would look like for us to go through this charter city process, for us to evaluate that. George mentioned a committee with members of the mayor's choosing. Could you go into more detail about that, Omar?
No.
So at this point, we wouldn't have any idea of how that committee would be formed, if it would be a commission, as if it were like our planning commission or our Parks, Recreation, and Arts Commission. At this point, it's just kind of like a concept.
Yeah, it's just an item for discussion at your next meeting.
So as a process of our discussion, we would be able to propose things like rules, stipulation, and process for people to be entered into consideration for this type of body. It's rhetorical.
Does that mean I don't have to answer?
I think you do, just for the
Yeah, that was
matter of getting clarification for the public. But yes.
Yeah, all of those issues can be discussed at the next meeting.
Yes. So, if folks have any thoughts with regards to this, I definitely think that this is something, a discussion that so many members and stakeholders of our community should be a part of. We've seen the charter city issue be kind of used as a tool and a mechanism in good ways, in questionable ways, depending on where you are. But again, it's a matter of depending on where you are on the issue. So many times when we bring up ideas, we're told like, hey, like it might sound like a good idea to you now, might not sound like a good idea too far later down the road. So I'm looking forward to a very robust conversation with the community about their thoughts with regards to the chartering process and if they feel that this is a path that they want to go down. That is all. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Quickly, we're going to close the meeting in honor of Patricia Hayes this evening. Before I do, I actually had a lot of people reach out to me today about the passing of Dolly Parton. And I had a handful of them ask if I would close the meeting in her honor. And I said, well, we already are closing the meeting in honor of one of our lovely former employees, but that would make mention of Dolly's passing. And I think one of the things, when I think about her, that's very unique is there's very few people that can go through 80 years of their life and pretty much have everybody love them. She was kind of this unifying figure that everybody loved her. I really didn't know of anybody or ever heard a negative word uttered about her. She was very, very special in that regard. I think whether you were touched by her music or her love of faith and family, or maybe it was her philanthropic work, which was obviously very extensive through the years, she was definitely a light and a special person and will be deeply missed by many. I think flags are at half staff for the next week, actually, in honor of her passing. So I just wanted to make mention that to the residents that reached out about it. And now we'll go ahead and close the meeting in honor of Patricia Hayes. I would like to take a moment to honor and recognize a valued member of the City of Garden Grove family who recently passed. For over 40 years, Patricia dedicated her time and energy to our public works team, working every day to serve the residents of our city. Patricia began working in the city as a lifeguard instructor in 1973. She later transferred to the Public Works Department when she was hired full-time as a park maintenance worker and eventually rose to Public Works Supervisor in 2006. Patricia was a mentor to many in the Public Works Department and was someone known for her dedication to her coworkers and to our city. She had a passion for delivering safe, clean, and quality parks and landscaping to the residents of Garden Grove. Patricia's work may not have always been in the public spotlight, but she made a lasting impact on the daily lives of staff, her colleagues, and the people who call Garden Grove home. Those who had the privilege of working alongside Patricia remember her for her kindness, dedication, and leadership. On behalf of the City Council and community, I want to extend our deepest condolences to Patricia's family, friends, and former colleagues on the Public Works team. Please join me in a moment of silence and remembrance for Patricia Hayes. Thank you, Patricia, for your years of service and dedication to our city. You will be deeply missed. City Manager and City Attorney, anything?
None, Madam Mayor.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
With that, we're adjourned.